Yes, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, I might allow the new entrant to the bar table to announce her appearance.
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name's Helen Tiflady and I appear on behalf of Facebook Australia Proprietary Limited.
Yes, thank you.
The first witness today, Commissioner, is Mr. Benjamin Good, and he's giving evidence by AVL.
Yes.
So I call Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good, can you see and hear us?
I can, yes, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Would you like to take an oath or an affirmation?
Yes.
Which one?
An oath, thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Mr. Good, what's your full name, please?
Benjamin Robert Good.
You the global director of a team at Meta Platforms Inc., known as the Core Policy Team. Is that right?
That's correct. That is my role.
You've prepared a written statement and provided it to the Royal Commission. That statement is dated 17th of June this year. Do you have a copy of that with you?
I do.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Mr. Good, I will go to a bundle of documents, not the whole bundle, but some documents that I understand you've been provided. And I'll do so in a way that will attempt to avoid documents or parts of documents over which there's an unresolved claim of confidentiality, and in due course we'll tender those documents and resolve the questions of confidentiality. But if anything like that arises, please let us know in the course of the questions. Do you understand?
I do. Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. You've been the global director of the Core Policy Team for 5.5 years?
No, I began my time at Meta on the content policy team as a subject matter expert in hate speech, and then eventually moved into the position of global director of the Core Policy Team, which I've held for about a year.
Thank you. Your current role, as you describe it, involves developing and refining the policies that govern what people can post to Meta's platforms?
That's correct.
Those platforms include Facebook, Instagram and Threads?
Correct.
Collectively, those services have approximately how many end users?
I don't know the exact number, but it's over 3 billion.
And of those 3 billion, do you have an understanding of the approximate number of end users in Australia?
I wouldn't know the exact number, no.
Do you know if that number's published anywhere or ascertainable?
I don't know. I don't know.
The Core Policy Team that you lead is responsible for developing the community standards that apply across Meta's platforms.
That's correct.
And those community standards include 3 policies, among others, but one is the hateful conduct policy, one is the bullying and harassment policy, and one is the violent and incitement policy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is it right that your team writes and amends those policies from time to time?
That's correct. My team is responsible for developing those policies, but I would add that we do so in collaboration with a global community of experts in whatever subject we're working on. So it isn't a matter of us just writing the policies. We do so collaboratively.
Yes, thank you. And your statement goes into some detail about that. Your statement also refers to your team dealing with what you call high-profile content escalations. What's that a reference to?
That's a reference to circumstances where a particular piece of content, either its removal or allowing it, implicates particular risk. and therefore requires a closer look by experts at the company. And it is my team's job to manage those escalations to resolution.
Is it right to say then that your team also has an enforcement function to that extent?
To that extent, we do have an enforcement function, but it's important to keep in mind that we are not the teams directly responsible for enforcement of the policies. We use very large numbers of content moderators and artificial intelligence for that, which are run out of separate teams.
Yes. Your team has approximately 30 people?
Correct.
And the teams that you referred to as also responsible for enforcement, you've identified in your statement as the integrity product team and the operations team. Is that right?
That's right.
And approximately how many members in each of those teams?
I would say dozens on each team. I don't have the exact number.
Did you say dozens?
Yes.
I see. Now, Meta employs content moderators who work from content moderator sites around the world?
They work for outsource content moderation sites, so they are not directly employed by Meta, but we do work with many, yes.
And those content moderator contractors, do you have an appreciation of the number of them worldwide?
I don't have an exact number, no. It fluctuates, and the operations team responsible for managing those people would have that number.
I see. Is there a content moderation team or site that fulfills that function in respect of material posted to Australian users?
It's a very complicated system. There are sites around the world with experts in the given culture and language in which content is being moderated. So yes, there are sites where content out of Australia is moderated. I don't know exactly which sites, and I don't know even that it's in one specific site, but I do know that the content moderators would be experts in the English language and able to enforce content in Australia.
And by the sound of it, is this right, that those content moderation sites would also deal with English language posts affecting other nations?
Correct, yes.
Now, in terms of your own background, do you have legal qualifications?
I do. I'm a licensed attorney in California and New York.
And you were an adjunct professor of law at the Washington School of Law, where you taught a course on social media and content regulation back in the day.
Correct.
Now, you've expressed the opinion in your statement that Meta's policies and enforcement have improved significantly over the past 5.5 years. Do you hold that view?
I do hold that view, yes.
And your tenure in the core policy team has included a period where certain policy changes were applied and implemented by Facebook in January 2025?
That's correct. I was on the team at that time, yes.
But from what you said earlier, you weren't at that time global director, but you were a team member. Is that right?
Correct.
Can I ask you about some terminology you use in your statement? You distinguish between proactive and reactive detection and removal of content?
Yes.
And you've said that Meta relies on both. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And you've defined proactive as referring to machine learning tools that identify and remove content. So could you just explain what they are?
Proactive enforcement typically entails machine learning that we refer to as classifiers. These are artificial intelligence that uses pattern matching by ingesting a very large amount of data. In this case, it would be content that violates and content that does not violate. It then learns patterns and can match that against content that's posted to our platform and remove it proactively when it is posted. And that's opposed to reactive enforcement, which would be removing content after it is reported by one of our users.
You've referred to proactive enforcement as the gold standard to remove violating content before it is viewed.
In proactive enforcement, it is the gold standard to remove violating content before it is viewed. However, it carries risks. When we remove content proactively, if we are wrong, if the content does not violate, then there is a significant risk of overenforcement, which is what we discussed in making the changes that you referenced in January of last year.
Yes, and in those changes in January 2025, Meta announced it was moving to a more reactive approach for community standards enforcement.
Correct.
And you have indicated in your statement that for some policy areas, including hateful conduct, Meta's enforcement is now mostly reactive. Is that right?
It is more reactive than it was before that announcement. That's correct.
Well, I think your statement says now it's mostly reactive. Is that the position?
Yes, the primary mechanism for enforcing that policy is reactive based on user reports.
But you have said in your statement that a proactive approach remains for some particular policy areas, for example, terrorism content. Is that right?
That's correct.
And just to understand that, does that mean that the automated processes you've referred to, the machine learning processes you've referred to, stop a user posting, for example, terrorist content before it's displayed to any other user? Is that what that means?
That's what that means. Again, that is the gold standard in proactive enforcement, is removing content before it's seen by any user. We deploy that type of enforcement for extremely high severity harms like terrorism, child sexual exploitation, and harms of that type, where the risks of over-enforcement are strongly outweighed by the need to remove content before it can be seen by any user.
And for the other broad category of content to which Meta applies a reactive approach, it's the position that for that content, anything can be posted, and the issue becomes what gets taken down and when it gets taken down. Is that right?
Our position for those policies remains that violating content should be removed. It is the difference is that we use a different mechanism for doing so, primarily by relying on user reports to remove content. There are other mechanisms in place. For instance, the automation we use to enforce our terrorism policy often catches hateful conduct violations or bullying violations, and when it does, we would remove it. So it's not entirely user reports, but user reports are the primary mechanism.
For material that or content that does not fall within those categories you've identified, terrorism, child exploitation, and the like, is it right that the position is that all other types of content are permitted by the system, by the platforms, to be posted and to be seen by other users, and the issue then becomes, if it's violating or potentially violating, the issue becomes if and when it gets taken down? Is that a fair description?
I would differ somewhat. I think our position remains that content violating those policies should be removed to whatever extent possible. It's really just a different mechanism we're using to ensure that it is removed. User reports are a very useful way to ensure that we remove content without over-enforcing in areas where there are very important interests in, for instance, being able to speak out against hate or violence or atrocities. And recognizing that those two risks are at play, we have landed on user reporting as the mechanism for removing content. But the content that violates should be removed. We report on our enforcement metrics publicly and find that it is removed overwhelmingly, and I'm happy to go into more detail about that. But it remains the case that if content violates, it should be removed. It is not in any way our intention to have violating content remain on the platform.
I understand, Mr. Good, that it is not your intention that violating conduct remain on the platform, but the reactive approach necessarily can never achieve the gold standard, can it? Since the content is up and available for people to see before a user reports it and Meta moves to remove it.
The reactive approach differs from the proactive approach in that it is less prone to over-enforcement. So, and that was the problem motivating the changes that we announced on January 7th. It's true that there may be content that we don't remove because it is not reported, but I do want to emphasize that we are very carefully monitoring the extent to which that is the case. It's really important that we know how well or not well reactive enforcement works, and we publish those numbers in our Transparency Center.
It remains that the reactive approach can never achieve the gold standard, by definition.
Well, I suppose it may also be helpful to just think about the scale at which we operate. I think, again, the gold standard, of course, would be to remove every single piece of violating content before anyone ever sees it. But I'll also add that that would also include never over-enforcing against content. That would be perfect enforcement. On a platform with 3.5 billion users, at the scale at which we operate, it's a very, very complex system. And these two approaches, they really have to balance these risks, over-enforcement and under-enforcement. And in the hateful conduct space, I think it's really important to keep in mind that, of course, enforcement is critical, but over-enforcement poses significant risk to the communities that we try to protect as well. For instance, we've heard from Jewish communities and others in times of crisis that they've had content removed when they were actually trying to speak out against atrocities or, for instance, condemn a terrorist group like Hamas. That is a very bad outcome that we want to be certain that we avoid to the extent we can. And that's why that reactive approach is a really important part of our toolkit.
And do I take it it's not possible, in your view, to fine-tune the mechanism for machine-learned removal of plainly hateful messages?
I think we do quite well in adjusting and tuning our systems over time. The more blatant violations tend to be easier for us to remove, but I think it's really also important to keep in mind what your question entails. Moderating content on social media is very different from, let's say, litigating a case in court, right? If a post is posted to our platform, let's say it's an image of a Nazi rally, and we see that a caption under the post is just the word "wow." If that "wow" is meant to endorse Nazism or speak favorably of the rally, it would violate our policies. If it's meant as condemnation and shock that the rally is happening, it would not violate our policies. And I should add that removing that type of condemnation can be very, very counterproductive for society. So that's the sort of endeavor we are embarking upon in moderating content, and it's that intent that we don't know. And in light of not knowing that, we really have to do our best. Proactive enforcement and reactive enforcement are important tools in our toolkit, and also I think advanced AI that is more contextually aware is another important tool that I'm happy to go into.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Lancaster.
Not at all. Mr. Good, can I just ask you about the way you've expressed yourself in paragraph 14 of your statement, if you have that there. You say in that paragraph that the community standards of Meta govern the content that is allowed to be posted. You see that?
Yes.
Now, it's right, isn't it, that allowed to be posted in the way you use it in that sentence can't be understood as indicating that the platforms do not permit a user to post content that violates the community standards. Is that right?
That's correct. If I understand your question, they govern the prohibitions, what we prohibit people from posting.
Yeah. But when you say it's allowed, govern the content that's allowed to be posted, you indicate that the community standards show that which Meta considers should be removed, to use your phrase from earlier in your evidence. But as a practical matter in the real world, content is allowed to be posted that violates the community standards, apart from that category that you've referred to of terrorism, child exploitation, and very serious violations of those policies. Is that right?
I would disagree. I think whether we're proactive or reactive in a space, the prohibitions we explain in the community standards are prohibitions. And first and foremost, they're there so that people ideally know what they can post, what they can't post, and do not post what they can't post. And when they run afoul of our rules, there are progressive penalties, up to including removal of their account. So I think an important goal of those prohibitions is deterrence. It's deterring people from posting things that aren't allowed. Now, of course, the other function is enforcing when they do, and that's where proactive and reactive come into play.
When Meta was announcing the change in policy in January 2025, Mr. Zuckerberg put out a video. Are you familiar with that, or do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Do you recall that he said the reality is that this is a trade-off? It means we're going to catch less bad stuff, but we'll also reduce innocent people's posts and accounts that we accidentally take down.
I don't remember the exact wording, but that sounds approximately right.
Yeah. Can I take you to a document? It has the ID met.0001.001.0042_R. It's an internal Meta messaging FAQ. And if we go to page _0016, please. Can I just ask you about the first black bullet point on the page? You see that commencing wise, saying things like immigrants are scum, not considered dehumanising under the new policy?
I do see that.
And it goes on to say many would agree that it's clearly hateful, and the first bullet point for the talking points, these are talking points to your understanding, is that right? In other words, Meta's proposed response if these questions are asked?
I haven't seen the top part of this document, so I can't say whether these were prepared as talking points, but that may be the case from what I can see here.
Okay, let me take you back a page in the document. Can we go back to _0001, please? That's the first page of the document. We've been provided by Meta. Do you recognise that as a messaging and FAQ with proposed responses?
I do see at the bottom that it says top-line messaging and Q&A, yes.
And if we can go back to page 0016, please. So this the circle dot points, if I can call them that, under the first black bullet point, refers to the importance of distinguishing between speech that is offensive and content that could lead to offline harm. Meta's document says such speech may be offensive to many, but it's not Meta's role to police offensiveness. Right?
Yes, I see that.
And if you go to the fifth bullet point down, the Meta document says speech like this, including insults about a group's ability to perform specific tasks, are non-violating and allowed. This also applies to things like trans people don't exist or gay people are sinners. And there's a further point in the document. We also allow statements addressing general morality, for example, immigrants are criminals, or comparisons to known hate groups or criminal organisations like white people are all Nazis. So it was part of the proposed response to a concern of dehumanising content appearing in posts. Is that right?
This does appear to be referring to the changes to our dehumanizing speech policy.
Yes.
Yes.
And the final bullet point gives another example of the line between acceptable and unacceptable dehumanising words. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, then can I go back to the foot of the page, 0016, where there's another question specifically directed towards anti-Semitism. So the Q part of the Q&A says, what about the rise of anti-Semitism on social media platforms? Won't these changes enable that to continue? And Meta's talking point in response is no, we continue to prohibit attacks based on protected characteristics such as ethnicity, race or religion. Is that right?
That's correct. And I would agree with this statement. The policy changes we announced in January of last year were not aimed at changing our approach to anti-Semitism. They were aimed at making small changes to the policy that would allow people to say things on our platforms that they were saying in Congress, on the news, and the goal of that was because we want people to be able to debate these political topics. Of course, when they verge into rhetoric that we know has a nexus to potential offline harm, that's where we continue to prohibit that speech. And since this does refer to our dehumanizing speech policy as the core of our hateful conduct policy, I do want to emphasize that that remains the case. It remains in the policy, and based on many years of work on this issue, on dehumanizing speech, we continue to remove the types of dehumanizing speech that we know through our consultation with experts can pose a risk of harm. And these are things like comparing people on the basis of a protected characteristic to animals or viruses or bacteria. These things have always been off limits, and they continue to be because they go beyond offensiveness into risk of potential harm.
If the operator please can go to the next bullet point on across the page, 0017. The next part of the proposed response to this question about anti-Semitism is in the first bullet point on the next page, where it said that for years we, that is Meta, have based our work to combat anti-Semitism on our platforms in part on the IRA definition of the term, which is described as a helpful starting point. And then in the first square point under that, the proposed response is also, we also remove those claims when they appear in targeting Zionists as a proxy for Jews. Could you explain what that approach involves?
Yes. So this refers to our policy prohibiting claims that Jewish people control the government or the world or the media or financial institutions. As it says here, that is a core component of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, and we have adapted it from that definition, also based on consultation with many Jewish advocacy groups around the world. We prohibit that type of content, which is unique to anti-Semitism, because it is connected to these conspiracy theories that have historically had a close nexus to violence against Jewish people. They're dangerous and they're therefore not allowed. After adopting that policy, we conducted policy development about the use of the word Zionist on our platforms. The hateful conduct policy is about protecting people on the basis of protected characteristics such as ethnicity, religion, and race, and that of course includes Jewish people. Zionists are, I think the dictionary definition is, these are adherents of a political movement. So that wouldn't traditionally be a protected characteristic. However, we did a lot of work engaging with groups with expertise in counterterrorism, in cultures around the world, in anti-Semitism, in Jewish issues, and found that many people were using the word Zionist as a coded term in content in order to evade our enforcement against claims that Jewish people have undue control. So instead of saying Jewish people do, they would say Zionists do. And again, based on all that work, we determined that that was the intent and therefore have prohibited claims such as Zionists control the media, Zionists control the government, and so forth, because in that content, those are harmful stereotypes about Jewish people, and Zionist is used as a coded way to refer to Jewish people.
Are you aware of Meta receiving substantial complaint from users of the platforms that the changes from January 2025 allow for more anti-Semitic content to be posted on the platforms?
It is a part of my job to engage as much as I possibly can with the communities who are affected by our policies. That has included, among many other groups, Jewish advocacy groups that I work with on a very regular basis. Of course, if we miss content, we should learn from that and get better. And I have had conversations with groups whenever they see trends that they've identified that they think we should be removing. Those conversations are vitally important to me because I learn from them. I take those learnings back to the team and we fix our policies or our enforcement where necessary. I think it's also important to keep in mind that our enforcement is not a black box. We are reporting our enforcement metrics in our Transparency Center. And when I think about the most important metric with relevance to your question, it's prevalence, which means how many views of content, of violating content, are people seeing on our platform. And this metric is important for a number of reasons, but in particular, since we're talking about the January 2025 changes, we've been carefully monitoring it to see what effect, if any, those changes might have had on prevalence. And if you look across the relevant policies that, for purposes of today's hearing, hateful conduct, dangerous organizations and individuals, violence and incitement, and so forth, we see that that number remains low. This doesn't mean that those conversations I have with affected communities are invalid or not relevant. They are extraordinarily important for me. But it's very important to keep in mind also that we operate at tremendous scale. And so being able to understand the overall impact of any changes we make is crucial. And that's what the Transparency Center is for.
Is it fair to say that the engagement with Jewish advocacy groups that you've referred to has overwhelmingly included complaints that January 2025 policy changes has led to an increase in anti-Semitic content on the platforms?
I would not characterize the engagements that way. I have had many discussions about those changes, and I've heard a lot of feedback about those changes. But I work with Jewish advocacy groups on a very regular basis on every possible topic that affects Jewish people and is relevant to our policies. And those conversations I would describe as overwhelmingly productive and constructive. It's not that people don't hold us accountable, but I've had overwhelmingly conversations where people want to give us the information or help us to understand the information we need to make policy changes to keep our platforms in the right place.
And just to be clear, the kind of potential or actual violations of the hateful conduct policy and the other two policies that you referred to a moment ago that have an anti-Semitic character, they would all fall within the regulatory approach of a reactive approach by Meta. Is that correct?
No, that is not quite correct. Those three policies I mentioned include dangerous organizations and individuals. That policy covers terrorism and organized hate, among other things. Our enforcement is proactive against those types of violations, and unfortunately, and truly unfortunately, those types of violations are very relevant to anti-Semitism because of groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, and so that is a critical part of our approach.
Yes. So just to be clear, if I can, when terrorist content has an anti-Semitic character, or when other explicit calls for violence have an anti-Semitic character, it would be dealt with the proactive approach that you've described?
The way it works is that, as I think has previously been discussed, we do not have one definition of anti-Semitism under our policies. There isn't an anti-Semitism policy. Instead, there's a comprehensive suite of policies that have a multifaceted approach to anti-Semitism. The reason why we do it that way is because anti-Semitism is a nefarious and multifaceted problem. It evolves, it's coded, it unfortunately crosses into different subject matter. And so we have to use different policies to enforce against anti-Semitism. The relevant I would describe the most relevant policy as the hateful conduct policy, because that prohibits attacks against people on the basis of protected characteristics, which include things like religion, race, and ethnicity. However, we don't allow groups that proclaim a violent mission or a hateful mission to have a presence on our platform. These are groups that sometimes have an anti-Semitic goal or charter. They're often designated by the United States government, and so our terrorism policy is very relevant to the problem of anti-Semitism. And of course, we also want to prohibit people from trying to threaten or incite violence against Jewish people. And that's even if they're not mentioned as Jewish. Any person, including Jewish people, even if you don't mention Judaism or Jews, threats of violence and incitement of violence violate our policies. So it is comprehensive, and there's a mixture of proactive and reactive enforcement in that space that I just described.
Yes, and the dividing line in that mixture, if I can put it to you this way, is it fair to say that if anti-Semitic content does not have the character of falling within terrorism or one of the other extreme high degree violation categories that you referred to earlier, if it does not fall within one of those categories, then it is dealt with by Meta in the reactive methodology that you've described?
Anti-Semitism that we consider to be terrorist content or organized hate, that is enforced against proactively. And yes, as we've discussed, the hateful conduct policy is enforced against primarily reactively.
Can we go back to the document, please, and go to page 0021? So this was met.0001.0001.0042_R. Let's take you back to a later page in the same document, Mr. Good, and this is under the heading Enforcement. And this again is in the context of the January 2025 changes, and this particular part of the document refers to talking points or messaging in respect of how those changes affect enforcement. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
The first bullet point says we're going to change how we enforce our policies to reduce the kind of mistakes that account for the vast majority of censorship on our platforms. That's a reference to content being taken down, is it? The reference to censorship?
This appears to be a reference to the statement that Mr. Zuckerberg made when announcing these changes, that we are making too many mistakes in our proactive enforcement. In other words, removing too much content that does not violate our policies. And that was the reason for the shift to more reactive enforcement in some spaces, yes.
Yes, but your understanding of the word censorship in that context is it's a reference to taking down content from the platforms. Is that right?
I understand it to mean taking down non-violating content by mistake.
And about the fifth bullet point down, we see a reference which indeed picks up Mr. Zuckerberg's words, will proactively catch less bad stuff. Is that right?
I see that, yes.
Now, sorry, just pardon me a moment. So the bullet point above that bullet point says that for less severe policy violations, we're going to rely on someone reporting an issue before we take any action. Is that, as you understand it, a reference to the kind of actions you've described in your evidence as the reactive approach?
It does appear to refer to the reactive approach.
Yep.
I think one point of context here, when we say less severe, I do just want to emphasize what we mean by the severe types of harms that will still be subject to the proactive approach. These are truly heinous things, like glorification of ISIS, frauds and scams, but also child sexual abuse material. So I personally consider all of the harm that we seek to reduce to be severe, but when we prioritize across a very, very complex system with billions of users, harms like planning a terrorist attack or sexual abuse of children are subject to that heightened proactive enforcement.
Yes, and I think this document makes much the same point. Can I just take you to the next, to the final bullet point on the page? If the operator could bring up just the last third of the page. It addresses this very question: what are less severe policy violations? And is it right that the reference to less severe policy violations is everything that doesn't involve actual illegality, terrorism, or child exploitation?
Well, illegality is a very complicated question for a global platform. Of course, there are complicated networks of laws around the world. So I would say that the sort of paradigmatic proactive areas are terrorism, organized hate, child sexual abuse material, illicit drugs, and other areas we've discussed, like hateful conduct, are enforced reactively. But again, subject to very careful monitoring of the effect of that decision on the prevalence of violations on our platforms, so that if changes need to be made, they can be.
A plainly anti-Semitic post published about an identified individual would be characterised on this analysis as a less severe policy violation by Meta. Is that right?
It would be, as distinguished from child sexual abuse or plotting a terrorist attack, it would be treated differently. Yes, it would be subject to different enforcement, reactive enforcement.
Just pardon me a moment, Mr. Good. Can I show you another document? It has the ID MET.0001.0001.0278. So
This document's subject to an unresolved claim for confidentiality, so my understanding is it's not been explained publicly.
Can I inquire of my learned friend whether there's an objection to showing it on the screen in the hearing room and not on the live stream?
That's fine, so long as all people present in the room understand that there is a claim for confidentiality made in respect of it that is yet to be resolved. And if I can assist Mr. Lancaster, I understand Mr. Good has a copy of this available to him in the States.
I see. Thank you. Commissioner, I will proceed in that way. So
Yes.
I ask that this document not be shown on the live stream, but can be seen on the monitors. Mr. Good, this is can we just go back to that first page that was called up, please, just to identify the nature of the document. It's a document that's preparing for, again, messages in respect of a meeting with the European Union. Have you seen this document before?
I'm not familiar with this document. It was provided to me by Meta's counsel immediately before this hearing. I do not recognize it.
Okay. I'll just ask you part of the content on it, rather than putting to you anything about the character of the document then, to see whether you are aware of the facts from your own knowledge. So if you go to page 0007, can you just read that that box, proactive reporting, just to yourself, just to familiarise yourself with it?
Yes. I have read it.
Now, you'll see about a third of the way down the text in the box, there's a reference to some percentages, which I understand to be the rate at which, the proactive rate at which content is actioned, that is addressed and removed. Is that right?
It may be. I would have to say, since I'm not familiar with the source of this document, I think the best source of those statistics would be our Transparency Center reporting, which is duly vetted.
All right. So are you in a position to agree or express any opinion in respect of that sentence that begins "for hateful conduct in particular"? Does that reflect your understanding?
I addressed this in my witness statement, and although I don't know the source of these particular statistics, the 0.02% for prevalence for hateful conduct is approximately accurate. That is roughly where prevalence of hateful conduct violations has been since actually long before the January 7th, 2025 changes and up to our latest reporting.
Yes, I'll ask you about that prevalence percentage in a moment, but just my first question is about the prior sentence, which refers, as I understand it, to a decline identified by reference to percentage points in the proactive rate at which content is actioned. Is that your understanding of what's recorded in the document?
That is what it says in the document. I just don't know where those statistics come from or even where the document comes from.
Thank you. I can take that down. Now, I want to take you to a document that addresses the proactive detection rate for hate speech on Facebook in the years leading up to 2022, so before the January 2025 changes, obviously enough. So this document is MET.0001.001.1978. This is a submission META made to the Commonwealth Department of Industry. Now, have you seen this document before, Mr. Good, or it's the first time?
I do not recall seeing this document before.
Would this kind of submission be something that would pass through either you or members of your team?
It's hard to know what is meant by safe and responsible AI in Australia, in particular because we use AI across the company in so many different ways.
I might go to the next page, please, which might give it some greater clarity. So if you've had a quick chance to look at the executive summary, is this the kind of document that would come through the core policy team?
This is not typically the type of, as I've quickly read the executive summary, not the typical type of document that would come through the core policy team. My team is responsible for the policies governing what people post to our platforms, but there are many, many other uses of AI around the company, and it's not clear to me that this, at least not immediately clear, that this refers to using AI to enforce our policies, which is the type of document that would come across my desk.
Perhaps if I can take you to page 0007, and I appreciate you haven't seen this document before, but just to show you that in particular on this page, down the foot of the page, about halfway through the final paragraph, the sentence starting, "When we first started releasing our transparency report in 2017," to the end of that paragraph. Could you just read that to yourself?
Yes. Yes, I read it.
And then over onto page 0008. There's a graph in figure 1 which describes proactive detection rate for hate speech on Facebook over the years 2018 to 2021, and it's gone from, looks like around 20% before 2018 up to 95% or thereabouts in 2021.
I can see that, yes.
Those improvements in proactive detection were occurred under the pre-January 2025 policy framework, which relied on proactive detection for hate speech. Is that right?
If the x-axis on this chart is correct, then yes, this would appear to all be before the January 2025 changes. Yes.
Those changes come about, according to the heading of the table, of the figure at least, by application of the proactive detection of hateful content.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Those improvements in the detection rate for hate speech came about by application of a proactive methodology in those years. Is that right?
Improving the proactive detection rate for hate speech will ideally have a positive effect on how much hate speech is removed from our platforms, including before people see it. But as Mr. Zuckerberg said in the January announcement, one of the risks that goes along with that is that proactive removal may have errors associated with it. And if it does, then another effect might be over-enforcement. In other words, it might be serving as a blunt tool, and in addition to removing violating content, also inadvertently removing non-violating content. That was really the motivating factor for this change that Mr. Zuckerberg announced. And in the area of hate speech, which we now call hateful conduct, that is a very serious problem that we have to avoid. Of course, we want to remove as much violating content as possible. But in this area, if we over-enforce, there is a considerable risk that we will silence people who are actually members of the affected communities, trying to speak out against hate. So they may be condemning, for instance, the use of an anti-Semitic slur in a school or online somewhere. If we don't get that right, if we remove that, even though it doesn't violate our policies, then that is a mistake, but it also is very detrimental to that community. So those changes were really aimed at ensuring that we're getting the balance right, that we are enforcing right without over-enforcing.
Mr. Good, I take it Meta prepared analyses before changing its policy to demonstrate that there was a level of over-enforcement, including against affected groups, as you've described.
Mr. Zuckerberg announced in his January 7th, 2025 announcement that yes, we had, by some analysis, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I think he said 1 in 10 proactive removals was over-enforcement, and that was that was based on an analysis done in the context of those changes. When it comes to the second part of your question, which is about affected groups, that is very, very complex. And fortunately, we have many years of experience and research to draw on to understand that. And so I would point back to work we've done, for instance, in the context of the post-October 7th crisis, where I personally heard from Jewish communities that they had been experiencing content removals when they were speaking out against anti-Semitism. And that was an extremely negative experience, of course, because here they were trying to engage in counter speech, and unfortunately our systems were affecting them.
Apart from that personal account given to you, or personal accounts given to you, is there a report that reflects that finding, that affected groups were being censored when they were trying to draw attention to the problem?
I'm not aware of one specific report, but that's the reason for our regular engagement with these communities. It's a topic that they speak to us regularly about.
Could I just follow up those questions with you, Mr. Good? So is it the case that you are not aware of any published report by Meta which identifies either qualitatively or quantitatively the extent of what you've called over-enforcement of standards, which has the effect of removing what you would identify as legitimate content?
Well, I think all of the over-enforcement reporting we've done, including what Mr. Zuckerberg mentioned in his announcement, but also in the Transparency Center, does go to that question. It reports on over-enforcement against legitimate speech. I don't always know how the over-enforcement manifests, but that's why my team works very closely with the integrity product team and the operations team who enforce our policies so that they can send my team trends. So, for instance, if there is such a trend, we can learn about it and fix it. But again, what motivated that pivot to reactive enforcement was exactly this concern as expressed by Mr. Zuckerberg.
And so if we look at the what you've referred to as Meta's Transparency Center, that should contain reports of the character that you've referred to. Is that right?
Meta's Transparency Center contains the full enforcement reporting, public enforcement reporting that I'm aware of, yes.
Does it also contain any report that Meta might have published that provides the basis for the pivot that you've referred to in January 2025? Namely, is that the place where if there is any report, that's where it will exist?
The method by which that over-enforcement was announced to the public that I am aware of was in Mr. Zuckerberg's January 7th post.
And do I take it from that you are not aware of any report that addresses the over-reporting or the over-removal of legitimate content in, say, 2023 or 2024?
I am not aware of the Transparency Center containing that sort of reporting. However, Mr. Zuckerberg did refer to a very specific and important statistic in his announcement, which was a big part of the basis for that change. And again, it is my team's daily work to make sure that we understand over-enforcement trends. And since they work on hateful conduct, among other things, they're hearing from groups that are affected by these policies. And when there is a censorship concern, it is brought to our attention.
And your reference there to what Mr. Zuckerberg said was the 1 in 10 ratio, is that right?
Yes.
And do you know any document or report that identifies how that ratio was ascertained?
I do not, and I think the context here is that we employ many data scientists to help us understand the complexity of this problem. There are teams whose entire job it is to sort of measure our enforcement. It's a extremely complex system. So I am in touch with them because I want to understand our enforcement, but I by no means am a data scientist or an expert in that kind of analysis.
Is the effect of Meta's approach to be that it considers it entirely acceptable that there be 9 items of anti-Semitic hateful speech online if one of those is wrongly identified as, I withdraw that. Is it Meta's approach on the 1 in 10 ratio that it is an acceptable system if there are, for every 10 items of anti-Semitic content identified, one of them is complaining about anti-Semitism and the other 9 are advocating anti-Semitism?
I'm sorry, and the question is,
do you regard that as a defensible policy position for a social media platform to take?
Meta's policy position, and I think the only acceptable one, is to remove as much violating content as possible and to allow as much non-violating content as possible. The switch from proactive enforcement to reactive enforcement in some spaces was by no means intended to open the platform up to violating our policies. We are, again, carefully tracking the amount of content that violates, that is viewed by people on our platforms, because we want to make sure that it stays flat and low. And as you can see in the Transparency Center, it has. So I think to that extent, we have seen, we are addressing this risk of over-enforcement while still removing content from our platform, and I think that is where we should be.
Can I take you to part of the transparency reporting? Operator, this is the document that I've referred to in the notes as the Meta Transparency Report graphs. Just bear with us, Mr. Good, we're just calling up the document. Bear with us, Mr. Good. have a real technical issue with this, I can return to it a little later.
Bear with us, Mr. Good. We're just having a few technical problems. We'll perhaps try a fax machine next time.
Thank you, no problem.
Perhaps I'll move on and I'll come back to the document if it materialises, Mr. Good. You've referred once or twice in your evidence today and also in your statement at paragraph 33 to the fact that the community standards enforcement reports show the prevalence of the hateful conduct policy violations at or below 0.02% since the first quarter of 2022.
Yes.
And you've drawn attention to that consistent rate, including over the period after January 2025, as indicating a consistent proportion of content that involves hateful conduct policy violations. Is that right?
I believe my evidence refers to that being the rate of enforcement, the rate of prevalence of hateful conduct violations on our platforms.
Yeah. Now, you explained in paragraphs 31 to 32 of your statement that Facebook measures prevalence based on a sampling technique.
Yes.
And in that sampling technique, samples are obtained and then two reviewers look at the sample of content. This is either on Facebook or Instagram. And if they disagree about whether or not it violates, a third reviewer comes in as a tiebreaker.
Yes, that is generally how it works, and that is what we say in our reporting about our methodology.
Now, when the reviewers review and determine whether or not the posts in the sample are violating or not, they apply the hateful conduct policy, or they're meant to. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. And that's the policy as it exists at the time of their review. Is that right?
Yes.
For the period after January 2025, the reviewers of the samples have been applying the hateful conduct policy as it exists at that time of their review. Is that right?
That is my understanding. It's also relevant, however, that the changes we made to the policy, not its enforcement, to the policy itself on January 7, 2025, were very narrow and specific. They related to topics like immigration and gender, and were not aimed at changing our approach to anti-Semitism.
Well, two aspects to that I'll ask you about. One is that there were changes made to the hateful conduct policy after January 2025, right?
Yes, on January 7th, 2025.
And after January 2025, any reviewer looking at content by reference to the question whether or not the hateful conduct policy was violated would be doing so taking into account what was said by Mr. Zuckerberg in January 2025. Is that right?
They would be applying as I understand it, they would be applying the policy as it exists when they are doing the measurement, which after January 7th, 2025 would, as I understand it, be the newly announced policy. Yes.
It must be the result of those changes in January 2025, I suggest to you, that some posts that were classified as hate speech under the former policy are no longer regarded as violating under the policy as it's enforced after January 2025. Do you agree with that?
I agree with respect to the narrow policy changes we made relating to gender, sexual orientation, and immigration, yes.
But do you say Mr. Zuckerberg's statements in the announcement in January 2025 about the different approach to enforcement would play no part in the review of a reviewer of a sample for the purpose of these prevalence statistics?
I don't believe those. I'll put it this way. I think the reviewer's job is to apply the policy as it exists and as it is in effect. And yes, there were narrow changes made to the policy aimed at changing people's ability to express themselves on topics like gender and immigration. A separate part of Mr. Zuckerberg's announcement related to this discussion we've had about switching in some areas from proactive enforcement to reactive enforcement. That should not affect how the reviewers who are measuring prevalence are measuring prevalence. They should simply be measuring violations against the policy. Now, one thing we always want to keep a close eye on is whether those announcements, the announcement to switching to reactive enforcement in some areas, could have an effect on prevalence. It's not impossible. You can imagine that that's something we'd want to know about if it happens. And that, again, is really why we want to keep measuring prevalence and keep a very close eye on how it changes, if at all. And again, it hasn't in the reporting up through the period after January 2025.
Are you aware of any instruction to the reviewers who look at the samples along the lines of when you're considering whether or not posts violate the hateful conduct policy, you should put out of your mind altogether the new approach to enforcement that Mr. Zuckerberg announced in January 2025? Is there anything like that you can identify?
I do not know. I'm not responsible for the measurement process. I don't know what those people are told, but I do know generally that they are instructed to apply the letter of the written policy.
If the position is that after January 2025, the reviewers who look at samples are applying not only a somewhat amended hateful conduct policy, but are also doing their work in the context of a very different enforcement policy, the result of that is a different measure or standard is being applied by the reviewers to violations. Do you agree with that?
I disagree. I think the reviewer's job before and after that announcement is fundamentally the same. The job is to, in reviewing a given piece of content, simply determine whether it violates or not under the letter of our written policy. Now, what did change before and after January 2025 is that the policy changed in narrow ways related to, again, gender and immigration primarily. So in those narrow ways, yes, the reviewer would be applying a different policy, but the reviewer's job is still fundamentally the same. It's to review a piece of content and simply determine under the letter of the policy whether it violates or not.
Mr. Good, I suggest it's entirely unrealistic to suggest that reviewers looking at samples of content after January 2025 for the question of identifying whether or not hateful conduct policy violations have occurred or not, to suggest that they do not take into account the very different approach and more lax approach to enforcement that Mr. Zuckerberg announced in January 2025. Do you agree with that?
I do not agree. Putting aside those narrow policy changes about gender and immigration, the enforcement changes do not, in my understanding, fundamentally change the job of the content moderator. It is a switch from proactive deletion of content in some areas by machine learning, which we discussed earlier, to reactive enforcement, meaning the content that comes to the reviewer and is ultimately potentially removed is reported by users on our platform. So the reviewer's job is, as it always was, to just apply the letter of the policy. Now, again, the policy had changed with respect to those narrow topics, but the rest of Mr. Zuckerberg's announcement was not relevant to the job of the content moderator.
Well, wasn't the whole point of the announcement by Mr. Zuckerberg to allow more content, more speech on the platforms?
With respect to content that previously would have been automatically deleted, yes. And that is because, as Mr. Zuckerberg said, we were, in some cases, making too many errors. We were removing too much content that didn't violate. But importantly, he was talking about our proactive classifiers, which automatically remove content. That's a system that does not involve the content moderator. The content moderator's job is to review content that comes to the content moderator. So removing less content via these classifiers that had been making too many mistakes, that was the goal of that announcement.
Mr. Good, it's implausible to suggest that the reviewers looking at samples of content in terms of the question whether violations of the hateful conduct policy existed or not were unaffected by Mr. Zuckerberg's announcement?
Well, I think they were affected only to the extent that their job is to apply the policy, and the policy did change in some targeted ways about those specific topics I mentioned. Otherwise, no. The job of the content moderator has been and always will be to simply apply the written policy.
The consistency that you identify in your statement of the rate at which or the prevalence of hateful conduct policy violations continues after January 2025 is not a reliable indicator, because I suggest to you that the way that reviewers have approached samples of content must have changed significantly since January 2025.
To the extent that the question refers to the reviewers who are helping us measure prevalence, as I understand it, the only way that job would have changed, as I understand it, is to apply a narrowly changed policy, which again was really about opening up space for some discussion about gender, sexual orientation, and immigration. Otherwise, their job remained the same, which was to help us measure how much violating views of content remains on the platform. And again, that number remains consistently low.
You've done some mathematics in your statement where you indicate that a more straightforward way of explaining a prevalence rate of 0.02% is that it means for every 10,000 content views, there are approximately 2 views containing harmful or hateful conduct, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. The community standards enforcement reports refer to hundreds of billions of pieces of content produced on Facebook and Instagram each quarter. Is that right?
That I don't have it in front of me, but that does sound right, yes.
And 0.02% of hundreds of billions of posts is a very large number in absolute terms. You agree?
I don't know what the exact number is, but I think again, what's really important to keep in mind is the percentage of violating content that is viewed. That really is what tells us about the user's experience on our platforms. And that's why that's the number we're reporting out to the public. I don't know the absolute number. We report on the number that we think is most meaningful for people to understand our enforcement, and for us and my team and the enforcement teams to understand how and where to improve. And that's simply by doing everything we can to reduce the views of violating content without over-enforcing.
Could I go back to the attempt to show you the Meta transparency report graph, Mr. Good? I think we've found it now. Do you recognise this, these graphs?
Yes.
Yep. And so at the top of the page, this is a data set that shows in graph form, and the line on the graph with the 5.8 million, that refers to Meta removing 5.8 million items from Facebook for hate speech in the period October to December 2024. Is that right?
I don't believe that's entirely accurate. My understanding, and again, I'm not on the measurement team, so it's not my core area of expertise. But take action can mean, I think, a number of things, including shielding it from users under 18, or potentially reducing its visibility for various reasons.
I see. So, thank you for that. It's not limited to removal. It includes other actions of Facebook in respect of the content.
That is my understanding.
And what are the categories of action that you think might be included within that description?
Again, I'm not a data scientist, so and I don't work on this team. But when I personally, internally speak about taking action, that can mean a number of different things, including not just removing content, but for instance, age gating it, which means preventing people under 18 from seeing it. It can also mean filtering it from being recommended to users. As I mentioned in my witness statement, that is another action that we take in this space. When our machine learning believes content might violate, but without sufficient certainty to remove it. So we might render it non-recommendable until it is reviewed with enough certainty.
Meta prepared the same sort of graph. This is at the foot of the page for the period from July to September 2025. That is after the new approach. And can I just bring that graph up? At the foot of that page. Yeah. I'm sorry, if we can go back to the blue graphs and just to look at the July to September 2025 graph, which is at the foot of the page there. So for the period July to September 2025, 1.2 million items of hateful conduct content were actioned. Is that right?
That does appear to be what it says, yes.
Yeah. That's, perhaps trust me to do the maths, but that's a reduction of 79% in the hateful conduct content on which action was taken. Do you agree?
I'll have to trust you on the math, but that seems like a ballpark here, yes.
And then if we can go to the same, or the similar type of comparison for Instagram over the page. So the top graph is the period October to December 2024. That's before the policy changes. Meta removed, Meta took action on 7.4 million items from Instagram in respect of hate speech.
Yes, I can see that.
And the same graph for the period from July to September 2025, 2 million items were actioned for violations of the hateful conduct policy. You see that?
Yes, I can see that.
And again, perhaps you can accept maths, that's a reduction of some 73% over that period.
I'll take your word for it, but yes, ballpark.
Do you accept that these reductions in action content were caused by the shift from proactive to reactive enforcement of the hateful conduct policy?
I can't say that without really having much more expertise in our measurement. What I do know is that, of course, we did shift from proactive to reactive enforcement in this space. It did not result in completely ceasing proactive enforcement. We, as I said, we continued to have classifiers on in other spaces like terrorism that catch some hateful conduct. As I also said, we continue to age gate content in this space and potentially other measures. So I don't know what these numbers are attributable to. And when I think about how to understand our enforcement, the policies are there to ensure that people can communicate and connect freely while still remaining safe. And that's why, for me and my team, prevalence of violating views is what really is the North Star. Because that's where the harm potentially comes from. It's from viewing content that violates our policies. So that is the metric that we are really goaling against in our work.
Mr. Good, can you suggest a plausible explanation for a drop of, say, 79% in the metric of hateful content, other than the announced change in the policy that occurred in late January 2025?
I truly don't know, and I don't want to speculate. I don't know if this relates solely or entirely to a switch to reactive enforcement. And I really just want to emphasize how complex this ecosystem is. There's a lot we're doing in this space. Some of it used to be proactively removing content. Now it's primarily reactively reported content that we remove. That still remains a very effective mechanism because when content gets views, it tends to be reported if it's potentially violating and then removed. Again, another is what I refer to as probable violating, meaning it might violate and we may reduce its visibility until we can determine whether it does or doesn't. All that stuff plays into what I would imagine these metrics to be. I truly, beyond that, it would be speculation. But again, what I really focus on in my work is that prevalence number, because that shows you the potential risk of harm.
Mr. Good, can I ask you about the use of AI tools, large language model tools, in the enforcement of hateful conduct policies since January 2025? Now, when the proactive approach that you've described is applied to content, for example, terrorist content, is it right that AI tools, large language model tools, are applied by Meta to its system, which identify when a user is attempting to post that sort of content and stops it being posted? Is that, in brief, the way it works?
I would describe it a little differently, if I may.
Yes.
Now, as we announced in March of this year, we are phasing in this advanced AI technology in our content enforcement ecosystem. We're doing it, we want to do it responsibly, making sure that we're not introducing more mistakes or anything like that. So what we are doing is gradually introducing these LLMs into the work that our content moderators historically have done. So by that I mean reviewing content to see if it violates or not. The large language models are very, very promising in this work for a number of reasons. For one thing, they've been trained on an enormous amount of data, and they therefore really understand context very well. To me, that's important for anti-Semitism because anti-Semitism is unfortunately often very coded or contextual. So promising in that way. The other really promising thing is that they have rather unlimited memory, which is useful in a space like terrorism, where we have lists of groups and people who are terrorists and are prohibited from using it or posting on our platforms. Very promising for them to be able to sort of just know, based on what we've told them, who is a terrorist and how to enforce. The other role the LLMs are currently playing, as I understand it, is when they make those decisions that had previously been done by humans, those decisions are used to train the classifiers that we've been discussing up to this point, which ideally makes them better, more precise, fewer mistakes, so less over-enforcement, less under-enforcement. The last thing I might say is that when we think about proactive enforcement, again, my team is goaling against views of violating content and reducing that number, again, because that's the potential harm at stake. We reduce those views by actioning content, as I've said, but there's a big difference between a classifier removing a post on the far corners of our platforms that no one has ever seen before, right? And on the other hand, a potentially viral post getting reported before a lot of people would have seen it. Each of those instances implicates removing one piece of content, but the second instance is much more meaningful in reducing harm than the first instance because, again, the harm comes from views, and removing a viral piece of content is much more meaningful than removing a piece of content that people don't see.
So in the present approach of Meta to the platforms, for that category of content that is dealt with reactively, at what stage in the process might AI tools or large language model tools be applied to that content in regard to content moderation?
The large language models are being deployed at that stage to then review the content against our policies to determine if it violates or not.
And is that approach is the one that you've referred to as being rolled out from March this year and that continues to be developed? Is that the position?
Yes.
And are there instances already where that automated content moderation process results in material being taken down in that reactive context? Or does that still depend on a user complaining about it?
If it's in the reactive context, then it does depend on a user reporting it, yep, and then the content being reviewed. Yes. And
if the automated if there's a complaint by a user about content, and then the AI tool or the large language model tool is applied to that content and comes up with a conclusion, violating or not violating, what happens then?
If it's operating in a space where it has been launched and deployed, then the content would be removed or not removed, depending on the decision of the LLM.
I see. And is there an ongoing role for human reviewers in that context?
There is, and we do have some detail about this in our March announcement from this year. It's critical that humans do continue to play a role. I think most importantly, as architects of the system, and also monitoring its effectiveness, our over-enforcement risks, our under-enforcement risks, and everything in between to make sure that things are working correctly. We also continue to have humans who serve as experts in spaces where that expertise is needed.
Do you accept that Meta has the technical capacity to scan all posts on its platforms automatically to ascertain whether it is violating content using these automated classifiers and large language models? The technical capacity presently exists. Is that right?
I think we are working towards an ever better and better system for doing that. We've had that capacity for some time. It's just that it's been imperfect. And that's, again, why Mr. Zuckerberg made his announcement in January of last year. It will continue to improve. And as it does, we want to continue to responsibly evaluate and reevaluate our approach to enforcement across all of these policy areas to make sure we can do so, reducing prevalence to whatever extent possible without unduly over-enforcing.
Mr. Good, are you aware that the Commission provided to Meta some of the complaints that had been received by the Commission in respect of a number of posts on Facebook which involved anti-Semitic criticism of witnesses who gave evidence in the Royal Commission?
I am aware of submissions by previous witnesses to the Commission.
Yeah, and you're aware that in respect of some of those witnesses who gave evidence to the Commission, that they complained that after giving their evidence, they were subject of anti-Semitic abuse on Meta's platforms. You aware of that?
I am aware, yes.
Yeah. And the Commission wrote to Meta's solicitors in Australia to ask about this, and a response was provided. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not sure I'm familiar with the response, no.
Well, can I bring it up, please? It's met.799.0001.0013. So yeah, so there's a table on the second page of the document. It's a letter you'll see from Facebook Australia's lawyers who wrote to the Commission, and then a table was provided which refers to. Are you familiar with this letter?
Yes, yes.
And so you know that the description column is the content criticises anti-Semitic abuse of witnesses in the Commission. It was drawn to Facebook's attention. That's in the column status of content moderation decisions. You see that?
Yes.
And for the items on this page, in each case, the user report was received by Facebook. In other words, the complaint was received in each instance.
Yes, I can see that. Yes, both were reported. Yes.
Yeah. And for both of these, the first response of Facebook was that the content was not violating of the policies of Facebook. Is that right?
Yes.
And then in each case, Facebook has revisited that consideration after receiving correspondence from the Royal Commission. Is that right?
Yes.
And the material has since been removed.
Yes.
Yeah. So, in response to the complaints from the users of Facebook, it does not instill confidence in the system that in each instance the content was described as not violating, does it?
I can certainly understand why these people would have that response to this experience. Yes. I do also want to add that, again, my team has reviewed this content and not only removed it, but learned from it, which is very important. But also, we're talking about a system of over 3 billion users where our systems need to be finely tuned to remove everything that violates and nothing that doesn't. That is a ever improving system, but one that is at times imperfect. So yes, I can certainly understand that response to this experience, but again, we really are going on removing content at scale to the best of our abilities.
But Mr. Good, that comment is made in circumstances where, as I think you've recognised, Meta, Facebook and Instagram already have the AI and large language model tools to be able to prevent anti-Semitic contents of this character being posted or shared at all.
I think whatever tools we have that we can responsibly deploy, we have and will continue to do so. So our technical AI-driven ability to review and remove content that violates with very high precision will, in my view, improve and continue to improve. But again, we want to deploy these systems responsibly, and historically, we have seen our classifiers over-enforce, and with all the attendant risks that I mentioned previously.
Can I ask you questions on a final topic, which is some proposals of the E-Safety Commissioner? You're aware of the role and position of the E-Safety Commissioner in Australia, is that right? At least in general terms?
Yes. Yes, in general terms.
In evidence given to the Commission, the E-Safety Commissioner has proposed that she be given, that is her office be given new statutory powers to draft a mandatory code relating to online hate with associated powers to take enforcement action for non-compliance. Do you understand that?
I don't know the contours, but I understand the general point, yes.
The way the Safety Commissioner described it, such a code would be to require platforms such as those operated by Meta, in her words, to take proportionate evidence-based steps to prevent the systematic dissemination, generation, amplification, recommendation, monetisation and generation for AI of online hate material while appropriately balancing rights and freedoms. Now, the code would include requirements for platforms to have baseline terms of service addressing online hate and proactively enforce those terms with civil penalties available in Australia were a platform not to meet those standards. Is that a regime that Meta would provide in principle support for?
So I think what I'd say is that we would certainly welcome a discussion about the best possible regulatory path forward, but these systems are very complex. So I think it's really critical that our regulatory teams have a chance to evaluate the details before Meta takes a position.
Do you accept that as a matter of policy, it is appropriate for Australian regulator to have an ability that is enforceable against platforms from wherever they're operated to apply appropriate regulation to online hate. Do you accept that?
I think we, of course, respect Australian sovereignty. I think hopefully the goal that we all share is to be able to do this work right, and under the right circumstances. And I really do mean that. As I said earlier, we have had, it's a tremendously complex system at scale. And so I think partnering with governments to get the work right is a good approach, but we certainly need to be in the details before we can take any position.
Mr. Good, I don't have any further questions, but I think one of the other council has applied for leave
Yes.
to ask some questions.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you.
Bender.
Mr. Good, I appear for various Jewish communal bodies here in Australia. Can you see me on your screen?
I cannot. Yes, now I can.
Thank you. You're asked some questions about the prevalence metric that Meta publishes in its transparency reports and elsewhere. Do you agree that's a headline figure that, in respect of the hateful content policy, covers all content violating that policy and not content segregated into particular groups, that is anti-Jewish content, anti-Muslim content, and so on?
Yes, that's correct.
So it doesn't tell you, does it, whether over any period of time anti-Jewish content on Instagram or Facebook has increased or decreased, or anti-Muslim content or any other kind of hate speech by reference to the particular target, does it?
It is a top line number with respect to all violations of the hateful conduct policy.
So that metric can't tell you whether or not anti-Semitism has increased or decreased on Facebook or Instagram since, for example, 7 October 2023, can it?
It does not give you that answer in large part because, unfortunately, anti-Semitism cuts across actually numerous policy areas, including terrorism and organized hate, violence and incitement, and bullying and harassment. So the top line numbers for all of those policies are unfortunately relevant to the problem.
But it doesn't even tell you whether content that violates the hateful conduct policy, because it is directed at Jewish people in particular, has increased, decreased, or stayed the same since 7 October 2023, does it?
It does not tell you that. For me to understand that issue, which is vitally important, I need to do the daily work of engaging with affected communities, with working with our operations and product teams to understand trends and so forth.
Engaging with community groups and internal teams might give you qualitative insights, but it doesn't give you quantitative statistical data of the kind reflected in the prevalence rate, does it?
I do not have an exact prevalence number for content that would be considered anti-Semitic because we do not have a definition of anti-Semitism. And again, that's really unfortunately because it is a very dynamic and shape-shifting problem that we have to be prepared to address comprehensively, dynamically, including in crises on a truly day-by-day basis.
You don't publish data, do you, on the rate of change of hateful conduct policy violations that are directed at Jewish people, do you?
No, we publish only the data in the Transparency Center.
You could publish that data regardless of any definition of anti-Semitism, couldn't you? Because you could identify the target of the hateful conduct as being Jewish, couldn't you?
Well, in many cases we could. I think in some cases we couldn't or wouldn't be sure. And I think it's been our sort of concerted decision to optimize for enforcement rather than that level of granular reporting. We want to make sure that content that violates the policy comes down, regardless of who it's targeting, if it is targeting people on the basis of a protected characteristic.
For the same reasons that I've just given, the prevalence rate doesn't tell you whether or not hateful conduct policy violations directed at Jewish people have increased or decreased or stayed the same since the change to reactive enforcement in January 2025, does it?
What it tells you is the prevalence of views of violating content under that policy.
But not any changes insofar as the violating content is targeting Jewish people in particular. That's right, isn't it?
It's a top line number, yes.
So you don't know from the prevalence rate whether the effect of the change to reactive enforcement is to increase or decrease the amount of anti-Semitic hate speech on the platforms, do you?
The company has really chose to prioritize reporting the top line number, goaling against the top line number, and making sure its enforcement is in place and comprehensive and designed to address any trends as they come to us. I do this work. I'm confident that we are able to do that. It's largely thanks to the partnership of internal and external experts that we work with. But the top line number is what you see externally.
Well, for example, you can't tell from the prevalence rate whether the impact of the January 2025 changes to the gender and immigration policy might have had an effect on hateful conduct directed at people because of their gender status or immigration status, and may have had some completely different impact in respect of hateful conduct directed at Jewish people, can you?
No, but that's why we have internal teams carefully monitoring trends and reporting back to us.
Do those internal teams have access to the amount of violative content in respect of the hateful conduct policy that is directed at Jewish people in particular, or Muslim people in particular, or people with particular gender statuses, and otherwise divided by reference to protected characteristics?
To my understanding, and what I've seen from those teams, is that they are focused more on trends than on those numbers as you've described them. And again, that's because the trends are what we really want to get ahead of. So, for instance, I've seen, unfortunately, many different manifestations of claims denying the Holocaust. This is something that people do in a coded way. They try to use code words or refer to the Cookie Monster or other things that seem benign but are not. These teams and their resources are devoted to researching and understanding these trends so that we can address and remove them, rather than the sort of top line numbers that you're referring to.
Is one of the trends tracked internally by Meta any change in the amount of hateful conduct policy violations where the target is a Jewish person?
As a top line number, I'm not aware.
Is that you don't know whether it's the case that Meta tracks that data or Meta doesn't track that data?
To my knowledge, Meta tracks something different, which again is content trends. As a social media company, we want to stay ahead of content trends that could be risky to our communities, and that's where our resources are focused.
Are you aware of Meta's Oversight Board's decision in relation to a Holocaust denial post in January 2024?
I've read many Oversight Board cases. I would perhaps need more detail.
With your leave, Commissioner, can I take the witness to a document which is published on Meta's website about that decision?
Yes, yes indeed, Mr. Bender.
The number is EWR.599.0001.0213. Does that cover page refresh your memory, Mr. Good, about this decision?
I think that the best way to refresh my memory would, if you could show me the post or a description of it.
A description of it is and I'll read from this document, perhaps if the operator could go to 0001, which is the next page. Thank you. And you can see there's a description under the heading about the case. An Instagram user posted a meme of Squidward, the cartoon character from the television series SpongeBob SquarePants, This included a speech bubble entitled Fun Facts About the Holocaust, which contains false and distorted claims about the Holocaust. The claims in English question the number of victims of the Holocaust, suggesting it's not possible that 6 million Jewish people could have been murdered based on supposed population numbers the user quotes for before and after the Second World War. The post also questions the existence of crematoria at Auschwitz by claiming that chimneys were built after the war and that world leaders at the time did not acknowledge the Holocaust in their memoirs. Does that refresh your memory, Mr. Good?
Yes.
Now, are you aware that what happened in this case was that a post having those characteristics was uploaded in September 2020? Is that something you remember?
My understanding was that the post had been uploaded before our amendment of the policy to prohibit Holocaust denial and distortion.
So if the operator could perhaps go to page 003, which is 2 pages forward. Thank you. So at the bottom of that page you can see Mr. Good on September 8, 2020, user posted a meme of Squidward, etc. And it's right, isn't it, that in October 2020, the very next month, there was a change to the hate speech community standard to explicitly prohibit Holocaust denial.
I do believe that was when that was launched, yes.
This post was not removed until the decision of the Oversight Board in January 2024, that's right, isn't it?
I wouldn't know the exact date, but that I do believe that was the decision of the Oversight Board, yes.
So it remained on the platform for about 3.5 years, despite during that time contravening the explicit prohibition on Holocaust distortion and denial, correct?
If it was removed at that time, then yes, it would have been on the platform for about that amount of time.
Are you aware that in that period of time there were 6 reports in relation to that post, that is since it was posted in September, and it was reviewed by 2 human reviewers in that time?
You'd have to refresh my recollection. I'm happy to take your word for it.
Okay. And perhaps if I could take you to the previous page, please, operator. Which is, thank you. Can you see, Mr. Good, in the last paragraph, in this section, which is a summary of the board's decision, the Oversight Board said the board has questions about the effectiveness and accuracy of Meta's moderation systems in removing Holocaust denial content from its platforms. Meta's human reviewers are not provided the opportunity to label enforcement data in a granular way, i.e. violating content is labelled as hate speech rather than Holocaust denial. Can you see that?
Yes.
Is that because at the time of the decision in January 2024, the human reviewers couldn't indicate when finding there was a violation that the violation was a violation directed at a particular aspect of the hateful conduct policy?
I don't, it's a complex question. What I can say is that reviewers do generally tell us more granularly how a piece of content violates than just that it's hateful conduct. However, there has always been a trade-off because the more questions we ask a reviewer about a piece of content, the longer it will take them to remove the piece of content, which is a meaningful problem. The longer the content stays on the platform, the more potential risk it poses. So in the context of our systems as a whole, that has been a consideration. In theory, we could ask them anything as granularly as we'd like, but it slows them down, and that has historically been a concern.
In the last 2 lines, can you see where it says Meta should build systems to label enforcement data at a more granular level, especially in view of the real-world consequences of Holocaust denial? Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Has Meta built systems that permit labelling of enforcement data by identifying the target group at which hate speech is directed? That is, for example, this violates because it targets Jewish people in a hateful way, or Muslim people in a hateful way, or African American people, or women.
To my understanding, on a global system-wide level, it has not.
So does that mean that Meta does not have the ability to track the extent to which hate directed at particular minority groups or protected groups is increasing or decreasing over time?
Meta has the ability to monitor and track and address trends targeting specific groups. And that is what Meta and my team have prioritized in order to reduce potential harm on our platforms.
In your statement, the only, and correct me if this is wrong, but as far as I can see, the only information that could permit one to draw a conclusion about trends in respect of hateful conduct policy violations is the reference to the prevalence rate, isn't it?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, you haven't provided any information in your witness statement that would permit one to draw a conclusion about trends in respect of anti-Jewish hate speech, have you, in particular?
Quantitative trends, no.
In the January 2025 statement, there is a indication that Meta will rely on someone reporting an issue before Meta takes any action, and that's in the context of the shift to reactive enforcement. So is this right? When there is a violation of the hateful conduct policy because it contains hate speech, Meta's new approach is to wait, then a user must see it, recognise it as a violation, and report it back to Meta before anything happens?
That is a part of how the enforcement works, and that is part of the change that we announced. Yes, we are relying more on user reporting for enforcing that policy. Now, I think one thing that we have seen, it's complicated, but one thing we've seen is that user reporting does tend to work well for driving down views of harm of violating content, because viral posts tend to be reported and therefore reviewed and removed. We are less proactive in that space, but we are still deploying proactive measures. One being the approach I described earlier, which is our classifiers targeting organized hate and terrorism, often addressing anti-Semitic content, often even hateful conduct targeting Jewish people. Another being the other mechanism I described, which is age gating proactively in the space. So it's a complex system, but it does rely on user reports as an important piece of the puzzle. Yes.
So the system categorises there being high severity violations and low severity violations. If there is a high severity violation, such as some of those you've just referred to, there will be some automated detection. But if there is a low severity violation, it's entirely reactive enforcement from January 7, 2025. Is that correct?
I would not categorize it that way. Reactive reporting is more important for lower severity violations. Again, keeping in mind that higher severity violations are things like planning terrorist attacks and the sexual abuse of children, horrific things. But even in spaces where we are reactive, we do have those mechanisms that I just described.
Where content is allowed on the platforms because the automated systems haven't detected it, and the content is online hate speech directed at a particular minority group, for example, in practice, it then becomes incumbent upon the minority group who are targeted to take action to report it to Meta, doesn't it?
A report from anyone would be enough. It does not need to be a target of the group, no.
No, it doesn't have to be a target of the group, but you would expect the people who are most likely to report online hate speech are the victims of that very hate speech, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I would hope that anyone seeing hate speech would report it.
So hasn't Meta, by moving to reactive enforcement, shifted the burden of policing the platforms for hate speech onto the victims of that very hate speech?
We maintain a profound responsibility to develop comprehensive, carefully thought out policies and to ensure that the enforcement, which consists of a number of things, proactive and reactive, including against anti-Semitism, is effective. And by that I mean effective in driving down views of potentially harmful content and addressing trends as they arise.
Are you aware of views expressed within the Jewish community that there is fatigue being experienced by people who have made reports in respect of anti-Semitic online hate speech on Meta platforms that are not actioned, which mean they no longer want to continue engaging with making reports?
I am aware of some people having described that experience, yes.
Are you aware that there was evidence in this Royal Commission last week from Dr. Oberler, who is the founder of the Online Hate Prevention Institute, saying that there was a high degree of fatigue, so there's a lot of content that just isn't being reported because people have just given up and don't see the point in anymore? Were you aware of that evidence?
I am aware of that. I'm aware of that evidence, yes.
Now, if Dr. Oberler is right and the Jewish community is experiencing a lot of fatigue because of a failure of Meta to take action in respect of reporting, doesn't that mean that anti-Semitic content is being underreported on your platform?
If the Jewish community is experiencing the fatigue described in the evidence, that is a terrible thing for the Jewish community and a bad thing for Meta as well. We want our users to have positive experiences that do not consist of views of violative content. So it's something we're monitoring. It's something we're closely keeping a finger on. And if there are spikes in prevalence or trends, it is our commitment to stay on top of that and do what we need to do.
Doesn't it create a problem in shifting the enforcement mechanism further towards reactive enforcement if the victims who are supposed to report the content are exhausted from having attempted to do so in the past and failed?
Well, I would describe that exhaustion as a problem, certainly. But I take issue with the description of victims required to report the content. That is not at all our conception of what should happen. We've seen users from many groups report content. It doesn't matter what group they're in. If it's reported, it's reported. And our goal is to have this enforcement approach that we currently deployed work to drive prevalence down. And if and when that changes, we will be across that, and we are committed to doing what we need to do.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. Mr. Good, you were taken a little time ago by the counsel assisting the Commission, Mr. Lancaster, to correspondence arising out of the circumstance that a number of anti-Semitic posts had been reported to Meta in association with this Royal Commission, and the initial response was that the content in each case was non-violating. Subsequently, Meta reviewed the matter, and in each of the 4 instances, the material was removed. Given the nature of the material, which I think you've seen, does it cause you to revise your opinion that user reporting tends to work well?
It's always hard to know why a particular post may have been missed, and I don't know why that was the case in those 4 instances. What I'll say is that each of those 4 instances I personally reviewed. I, of course, worked with my team to take them down, and I can commit to learning from them and hopefully addressing that type of content going forward. But on a platform with our scale, billions of users, we have to be focused on metrics that show risk of potential harm. And for me, that metric is views of violating content. That's the metric that we need to keep low. The previous line of questioning is well taken. I think there are more granular things that we also need to know and stay on top of. That to me is a matter of staying on top of trends, because trends are how people evade our enforcement. I am confident in our ability to adapt. I think we have in the past, for instance, in the post-October 7th period, we'll continue to do so. But that to me is really the goal. It's keeping prevalence low and staying on top of trends.
Yes. Ms. Tiplady.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't seek leave to re-examine Mr Good. May he be excused?
Yes, indeed. I take it nothing arising.
Nothing arising, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr Good, for your assistance to the Commission. You are excused.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the Commission.
Very well, and the Commission will now take the morning adjournment.
Commissioner, I call the next witness Mia
Yeah.
Garlick.
Yes.
Affirmation, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and swear that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, thank you. Do sit down, Miss Garlick.
Ms. Garlick, what's your full name, please?
My full name is Mia Christina Garlick.
You're Director of Public Policy for Facebook Australia Proprietary Limited.
Yes, that's correct.
You've prepared a written statement and provided it to the Commission. It's dated 12 June 2026. Do you have a copy of that with you?
I do.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Commissioner, it bears the ID STAT.8999.001.0200, and I tender the statement.
Yes. The witness's statement will be marked as an exhibit.
Ms. Garlick, Facebook Australia is a proprietary company located in Australia, domiciled here.
Yes.
It has a registered office in Sydney
Yes, that's correct.
and about 120 employees in Australia.
Yes, that's correct.
Facebook Australia is a subsidiary of Meta Platforms Inc., which is incorporated in the US.
Yes.
Now, it's right that Facebook Australia does not own, operate or provide Meta's platform services, including on Facebook and Instagram.
Yes, that's correct.
Those services are owned and operated and provided by Meta, the US parent.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you have indicated in your statement in paragraph 9 that the primary function of Facebook Australia is as a reseller of advertising services to managed Australian customers. Now, I think it's in the public domain that Facebook Australia reported $209 million in advertising revenue for the 12 months to the middle of 2024. Does that sound about right?
I haven't looked at those numbers recently, but that sounds about right. Yes.
Are you able to estimate the approximate amount of advertising revenue to Facebook Australia for the 12 months to 30 June 2026?
I'm not, I'm sorry.
You think it's north of 209 million, which was the 2024 figure?
I really don't know. I'm sorry, I don't work on that part of the business.
Okay. Now, you're aware of a notice issued by the Royal Commission to Facebook Australia?
Yes, I am.
And the Commission asked Facebook Australia to comment on various topics of interest to the Commission as they applied both to Facebook Australia and to Meta.
Yes, that's right.
And I just would like to identify the topics in respect of which Facebook Australia has said that it doesn't provide the services of the platforms to users in Australia, and that Facebook Australia was not in the position to provide information. So those topics included trends in reports of anti-Semitism and other forms of racism or discrimination from Australian end users. Is that one?
I believe so, yes.
Another was Facebook Australia's relationships and engagement with trusted flaggers and other groups working on anti-Semitism.
Yes, I believe that's another one.
Another one is Facebook Australia's understanding of the nature, prevalence and visibility to Australian end users of anti-Semitic content on the services.
Yes.
And fourth example is Meta's investigation of and response to the February 2024 doxing of Jewish Australians in the creative arts. Is that right?
Yes.
So in respect of each of those topics, Facebook Australia indicated that since it does not provide the services to Australian end users, it can't provide information on those topics.
Yes, I think that's correct in terms of the Meta Platforms Inc. investigation, yes.
I'm sorry, Meta, in terms of?
I think the question related to the Meta's investigation of the doxing incident, and I think the answer was yes, that Facebook Australia didn't have details of that.
Yeah. But in relation to each of those four topics, that was the response Facebook Australia gave to the Commission.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And that's because Facebook Australia, by reason of the structure that's been adopted by Meta and Facebook Australia, is not responsible for content moderation or content removal or management of content at all, so far as those platforms provide content to Australian end users. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, when Facebook Australia received the notice, I take it Facebook Australia made contact with Meta in respect of the documents and information that was sought. Is that right?
Yes.
And Facebook Australia is fair to say that was successful in asking for Mr. Good to prepare a statement and give evidence on behalf of Meta?
Yes, if it's helpful, I can share a little bit more about the process that we went through when we received the notice.
Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Yes.
Yes, certainly. I think that when we received the notice, it related to a large number of topics, and I think we had approximately 11 days to respond. And also some of the questions were asking in a way that sort of conflated different topics. And so what we did was identify the best way to be responsive and helpful to the Commission. So that involved reviewing all of our files and systems for documentation that was immediately within our possession that could be responsive, and then also providing 2 voluntary witness statements from my colleagues Ben Good, who you've just heard from, and also from my colleague Jordana Cutler. And we also saw that there had been some bullying and harassment of witnesses that had provided earlier evidence to the Commission, and so we have also voluntarily written to the Commission to share details and information about ways in which those witnesses could turn on tools that we provide to protect themselves.
Yes. It's also the case that as a result of Facebook Australia's communications with Meta, as I understand it, there have been some documents produced from Meta which identify the way in which Meta identifies, for example, hateful content.
Yes, I think we've tried to provide as many documents as we could identify that were responsive in the time available.
Did Facebook Australia ask Meta to provide all documents responsive to the notice on a voluntary basis?
I'm not across the precise details of some of the communications that have been handled by the legal team, but certainly we've worked diligently from what I've experienced to be responsive to the Commission, and also to try to be helpful to provide information where it can assist in clarifying some of the concepts that were in the questions.
What part of your statement, paragraph 32, addresses a request that the Commission made of Facebook Australia to comment on trends in reports of anti-Semitism and other forms of racism or discrimination to Australian end users. And you indicated that Facebook Australia does not have any knowledge of those matters?
Yes.
Now, you have said in paragraph 36, made some observations about the prevalence of anti-Semitism or hateful conduct on the platform by reference to some public reports that Meta publishes, the community standard enforcement reports.
Yes.
Yeah. And you were, I think, present a little earlier when I referred Mr. Good to those reports.
Yes, I was.
Now, and is it right that no further analysis or investigation is made by Facebook Australia of anti-Semitism and other forms of racism or discrimination so far as they're published to Australian end users?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, in paragraph 37, you've said that it's difficult to identify with any specificity. I withdraw that. You've said it's difficult to identify trends with any specificity in relation to end users, that is, trends in the reports of anti-Semitism and the like.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that it's difficult because the data that even Meta reports is not disaggregated by reference to Australian end users?
I think it's more that in the course of the work that we do on the Facebook Australia team, that we don't collect or have a process to collect that data, and then also a large amount of the reports, well, all of the reports are handled centrally through Meta Platforms Inc.
In your statement, paragraphs 35 and 36, you refer to these Meta reports and you refer to the prevalence percentages that were published by the Meta documents.
Yes, I do.
And then you go on to observe it's difficult to identify trends about reports in anti-Semitism. I take it that's your assessment of the difficulty having looked at those reports. Is that right?
No, I think that paragraph, I'm trying to be responsive to the question, because the question item 4 is asking for the trends in relation to anti-Semitism and other forms of racism and discrimination.
Yep.
And so I think I'm just trying to be responsive to the question, not comment on the information provided in the transparency report.
Well, you've provided the assessment or the opinion that it's difficult to identify trends with specificity in relation to Australian end users in paragraph 37, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's not a difficulty, it's an impossibility, because the reports don't allow a disaggregated view of the trends in respect of Australian end users at all. Is that right?
I mean, yes, I guess so. I mean, I am not trying to comment necessarily on the data provided. I am trying to be responsive to the question.
Do you agree it would be a useful data point for Australian regulators and other stakeholders in Australia to be able to identify the prevalence of anti-Semitism on Meta platforms so far as they are published to Australian end users?
I can certainly understand that regulators and policymakers may wish to have that information, yes.
Are you aware that the Meta Oversight Board has, in fact, made recommendations to Meta to put in place a system for tracking the prevalence of hateful conduct against specified protected groups?
I'm not aware of that recommendation from the Oversight Board, I'm sorry.
Are you aware of Meta having engaged an independent consultant called Business for Social Responsibility on that question?
I recall that might have happened, but I haven't seen that document lately.
Do you recall enough about that document to remember that the consultant Business for Social Responsibility recommended that Meta should develop a mechanism to track the prevalence of content based on attacks based on specific characteristics?
I haven't seen that document lately, so I will have to take your word for it.
Now, your familiar are you with the doxing of Jewish Australians in the creative arts in February 2024?
I'm aware when that issue occurred, yes.
Yes, and the Commission asked Facebook Australia to comment on Meta's investigation and response to that incident.
Yes.
And in your statement at paragraph 44, you have indicated that some of the individuals affected by that conduct had sought assistance from Facebook Australia, and that Facebook Australia had escalated the matter to Meta platforms.
Yes.
So how were those requests for assistance received? Was that email or phone calls or online? How did that occur?
I think there's a couple of ways that can occur. So firstly, any person can use the built-in reporting function on the platforms to report content directly to Meta platforms. In a situation like this, often some of the people who are impacted will know one of us who works at Facebook Australia through the different partnerships that we have. And so in that instance, my recollection is that I did receive some text messages and emails alerting me to content that related to this WhatsApp group, which I then escalated through to Meta platforms with the additional context about what had occurred.
Is it right that in that first category that you referred to, when a user uses an on-platform system to raise a concern, that at no point comes through any part of Facebook Australia?
That's correct, yes.
And all right. Now, you, in respect of the other category, you refer to texts and emails raising a concern about the matter that Facebook Australia did receive and raised with Meta.
Mm-hmm.
What became of those referrals to Meta?
As I understand it, the content was removed. So I think the specific ones that had been referred to me, people had taken screenshots from the WhatsApp group and they had shared them on Instagram, and my understanding is that Meta Platforms Inc. removed those for violating its bullying and harassment policies.
So is that an update to paragraph 44 of your written statement? Is that right? Because in that statement you say you don't have knowledge of Meta's investigation or response.
Well, no, I guess the reason for that sentence is because of, I don't have visibility on the totality of the investigation that may have occurred in relation to all of the different reports received. I just have knowledge in relation to the issues that I escalated, if that makes sense.
I see. So far as you're aware, the matters you raised with Meta all resulted in removal of the content that you referred to Meta, is that
Yes,
right?
but I don't have visibility onto all of the reports that Meta may have received in relation to the content that was shared in relation to that group.
Okay. And is that response something that has occurred since your statement?
No.
Since 12 June 2026?
No.
So,
So in my statement, oh sorry.
Just trying to understand the last sentence in paragraph 44.
Well, so sorry, if I can just, the sentence before I said, and sharing updates of actions taken with local community stakeholders who raised these concerns with us, that's my sort of update about the fact that they were removed, but I don't otherwise have knowledge of the full amount of investigation that Meta may have taken in response to user reports or in relation to other escalations. I think if you've seen from my colleague Jordana Cutler's witness statement, she also has very strong connections in with different Jewish community groups, including here in Australia, and so I don't have knowledge whether she escalated them or other colleagues in different parts of the company may have escalated them.
Now, is that kind of referral from Facebook Australia to Meta something that over the last few years, say from January 2024 to date, is that something that has occurred frequently, rarely, occasionally?
It's been a feature of my experience working at Facebook Australia for 14 years. It's been a consistent part of the job.
So what sort of volume of referred complaints or concerns were we talking about?
It's challenging to reflect a lot happens in a day, but it might be there might be a handful a week.
And is there a mechanism by which Meta reports back to Facebook Australia of the outcome of each of those referrals?
Yes, sometimes. I mean, it's sort of hard to give a consistent kind of overview. Sometimes it might be a hacked account, or it might be a particular issue that Meta will resolve directly with the end user without coming back through Facebook Australia. There can be other instances where it is helpful for the local team to provide some context, and then there might be some dialogue, and then also it can be helpful, particularly if content isn't actioned or removed, for us to understand that and then provide that feedback to the local community group so that there can be a two-way dialogue about what's happened.
The February 2024 doxing incident obviously involved concerns about anti-Semitic abuse and hatred. On how many other occasions, say in the last 2 years, has anti-Semitic content been the subject of referral from Facebook Australia to Meta?
I think there have been a handful of incidents that sort of I can recall. So I think there was some after the budget. Obviously there was concerns after the Bondi attacks and after the October 7th attacks, but there are a handful of other escalations that we'll receive from our local community partners throughout the course of the year.
And I asked you about if there is any mechanism by which Meta responds to those referrals. Is it right that if Meta does respond, it's on an ad hoc basis? In other words, there's no fixed procedure for you providing referrals and Meta getting back to you about what happens as a result of each of the referrals?
Yeah, so we email through to the escalations team, and as I understand it, Meta Platforms has a sort of a case management system, and updates are placed into that, and then there may be responses that are sent back to us where it's helpful and appropriate for us to then liaise with different community groups about the particular content in question.
Now, you're aware that as a result of the January 2025 policy changes that you heard me asking Mr. Good some questions about, Meta no longer uses third-party fact-checking in the United States. Is that the position?
I think I would probably characterise it as Meta has changed how fact-checking occurs, but yes, it no longer uses third-party fact-checkers, yes.
Yeah. And for US end users, is this what you're referring to? Fact-checking now occurs through crowdsourced fact-checking through the community notes feature.
That's my understanding, yes.
And that involves a procedure that does not presently apply to Australian end users.
Yes, that's right, yes.
And for Australian end users, does third-party fact-checking continue to be the way it's addressed?
Yes, we have two third-party fact-checking relationships, one with AAP and one with AFP, and they cover Australia.
And is it Facebook Australia that governs that relationship with those two organisations, or is it Meta that has the relationship?
So the team that manages that relationship, some of them are based in Singapore and some of them are based in the US, but we also have a relationship with those third-party fact-checkers, because from time to time my team will partner with them to run media literacy campaigns and initiatives to make sure that we're amplifying information about how people can critically analyse the content they see online.
And just to be clear, your reference to the AFP is not the Australian Federal
Oh,
Police,
sorry,
it's
yes.
the Agence France Presse.
Correct.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, do you know if Meta is going to institute the community notes feature for Australian end users?
I don't know that. I think when the announcement was made, there was a sort of the statement that it was happening first in the US, which would tend to suggest it may be deployed to other countries, but I don't have precise information.
Right. Thank you. Now, after the January 2025 pivot in policy, as Mr. Good described it, you had responsibility for explaining to stakeholders in Australia what that policy change was and how it might affect Facebook's operations in Australia.
Yes, my team did have that responsibility. I'm not sure about the second part of your question, though. I'm not sure that we were sharing details about the impact on people in Australia. I think we were trying to explain the actual policy changes specifically, yes.
I see, thank you. Right. The stakeholder engagement that you undertook after January 2025, is it fair to say that there were many representations made to Facebook Australia expressing concern about the implications of the change of policy, in particular in respect of anti-Semitic content?
I don't recall there being a large number. I think there's certainly concern about the possible impact of the changes, and we did follow up with information about the next transparency report where Meta Platforms had tried to provide more detail in the context of those changes to help people understand their potential impact. But that was on a global basis.
Yes. Now, one part of your role with Facebook Australia's engagement with organisations and individuals in Australia includes significant interaction with the Online Hate Prevention Institute, of which Dr. Obel is a part.
Yes.
And you record in your statement that you've had regular engagement with Dr. Obel over a period of approximately 10 years.
Yes, that's correct.
And that he has been active in drawing matters of concern to the Online Hate Prevention Institute, to Facebook Australia's attention.
Yes, that's right.
And is it right that some of those matters are matters that you've escalated or referred to Meta in accordance with the process you described a little earlier?
Yes, that's right.
Yep. In Facebook Australia's assessment, does Dr. Obel a reliable expert view of the use of Facebook by Australian end users?
I think the benefit from the work of the Institute is that Dr. Obel and his team have sort of a long-standing experience of hate speech and our systems or Meta's systems in terms of reporting and things like that. So where Andre flags issues of concern, we certainly want to take those seriously and make sure that we're referring those to Meta Platforms Inc. and identifying what the best response is. But I'm not sure that I necessarily characterise that as representative of Australians as a whole.
Facebook Australia's been engaging with him for over 10 years, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. There must be an underlying view that he's a reliable expert to assess the prevalence of anti-Semitism online.
I think where we find the expertise of the Institute, and Dr. Obler is on, he's often making reports on the platform, he's often investigating content on the platform, and that can help when we're then referring content or issues to Meta Platforms Inc. to identify if the policies and the enforcement is working as intended.
Now, you're aware, I think, that Dr. Obler, of the Online Hate Prevention Institute, has released 2 major reports into online anti-Semitism, one before 7 October 2023 and one addressing the position after 7 October 2023?
Yes.
Yeah. And has Facebook Australia reviewed those reports?
Yes, we review all the reports that Dr. Obler sends us.
And have they been provided to Meta?
I think that we have provided the actual reports, but also after we receive a report from Dr. Obler and the Institute, we often ask for the underlying data so that we can send that through to Meta for a review and assessment about whether the particular content violates the policies and whether it should be removed, or if it hasn't been removed, the reasons why.
Does Facebook Australia have any material concern about Dr. Obler's methodology or expertise when he's prepared those reports?
Well, I think one of the, I'm not sure which report you're referring to, but there was certainly one of the more recent reports. It wasn't entirely clear to us as to whether the content had been removed or enforced against, and so after we received the report, we did ask for follow-up information so that we could provide the right material to Meta that could be actionable.
And you refer to that as a qualification that some of the content that Dr. Obler identified as violating might not in fact be violating. Is that what you think?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than particular instances where that might be debatable, do you have any concern about Dr. Obler's expertise or experience?
I don't have any concern about his expertise or experience, but I think one of the challenges and one of the conversations as to why it's really helpful to have partnerships and open dialogue is that there can be instances where different community groups believe that content does violate Meta's policies, but then once we take that information to Meta, the response is that it does not violate. And so one of these examples, there's probably 2 that I could give if it's helpful to the Commission. One is that, as I understand the hateful conduct policy, and I think Ben spoke to this, is that it protects people and groups based on protected characteristics, but it doesn't protect institutions, organisations or governments. And so there can be ways in which content is expressed that doesn't violate the policy but can be distasteful and offensive. And so it's really important to work closely on these issues. And I think another area of conversation that we had with Dr. Obler, particularly after the horrific attacks of October 7th, was he felt that there should have been an increase in hate speech or hateful conduct removals. And when we took these concerns to the teams that work on these issues at Meta, they pointed out that actually it was the dangerous organisations content removals that had spiked because so much of the content was relating to a dangerous organisation that we were removing a lot of that content, or that Meta was removing a lot of that content on. So this is why I think it's really helpful to have someone with Dr. Obler's expertise, but also to be able to have this open dialogue about where these nuances may lie.
When it comes to dealing with the e-safety commissioner, does Facebook Australia have responsibility for consultations with the e-safety commissioner, or is that something that representatives of Meta are more directly involved in?
So Facebook Australia takes the role of coordinating the engagements. So there's obviously obligations that apply to Meta Platforms Inc. under the Online Safety Act, and then the Facebook Australia team sort of negotiates and navigates that relationship. So there can be times when we're reactively responding to regulatory requests. There can also be times where we identify it may be helpful for some proactive briefing or engagement about upcoming announcements from Meta Platforms Inc. And so we'll facilitate that as well.
See, now, Ms Grant gave evidence to the Commission that the E-Safety Commission was concerned about the number of strikes a user of Meta's services was able to receive before their account was suspended. That is, the number of identified violations of policy.
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
I saw that testimony, yes.
Have those types of concerns been raised directly with Facebook Australia by the E-Safety Commissioner?
I'm not sure if we've had that directly raised. I think that was in response to one of the transparency reports that Meta provided. I do want to say that the number that was provided was higher than it actually is, and also we typically don't disclose that publicly so that people don't game the system. But certainly we have received questions from the E-Safety Commissioner through the various regulatory processes about the number of strikes.
Yeah. And what is Facebook Australia's position on those concerns? That is about the high number of strikes a user is able to receive before the account is suspended.
So I think from our perspective, it's about making sure that the E-Safety Commissioner has the right information from Meta, and also that when those concerns are raised, that is fed back. Often in those circumstances, we will try to arrange a briefing from the teams that set those policies to answer any questions that the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner has, because there are often in my experience, there are often very detailed reasons for that have been built up over the 20 years that Meta's been designing its content governance and integrity systems.
So from the sound of it, is this fair? Facebook Australia does not have its own view on that subject matter, but it does facilitate that sort of discussion
correct.
between E-Safety and Meta.
That's an accurate characterisation.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Blady.
I have no re-examination of Ms Garlick. Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms Garlick.
Thank you very much,
You are
Commissioner.
excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the schedule provided for the next witness to be a representative of the platform KIC.
Yes.
And I think we finished with Ms Garlick a little earlier than anticipated. Could I ask for a short adjournment just so I can ascertain the position about the next witness's availability?
Yes, indeed.
Commissioner, may I ask that we be excused from the vote?
Oh, certainly, Mr Blady. Thank you for your attendance.
We shouldn't need more than a couple of minutes.
Yes, all right, I'll take a short adjournment. Yes, do sit down.
Commissioner, there are some legal representatives here from Kick Streaming Proprietary Limited who may wish to announce their appearance.
Yes.
Commissioner, my name's Winnicky. I appear with Mr McRobert for Kick Streaming.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Commissioner, our next witness is Mr Tiat Un-Ui.
Yes.
Would you like to make an oath or an affirmation?
I know.
In both. Do you swear by the light of God that the evidence you're about to tell is the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr Ui, is your business address 2 of 287 Collins Street, Melbourne in Victoria?
Yes, that's correct.
And you have provided 2 statements to the Commission, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, may I ask if you speak a little bit louder? It's
Certainly.
Just,
Yes, I'll speak up. So those statements are unsigned and undated, but do you adopt those statements as true and correct records of your evidence?
I do.
Commissioner, the statements are STAT.899.001.0028 and STAT.899.001.0449, if I could tender those statements.
Yes. Each of those statements will be received as an exhibit.
Now, Mr Ui, before we discuss your statement, can I just confirm a few personal details? It's correct that you're the General Counsel of EasyGo Group Proprietary Limited, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Kick Streaming Proprietary Limited is a company within the EasyGo group of companies, is that
Correct.
right? And in addition to Kick, EasyGo operates an online casino known as Stake, is that right?
So that is correct. Yes.
Okay. And Stake and Kick were founded by Mr Ed Craven and Mr Bijan Tarani, is that right?
Yes.
And Stake is one of the world's largest online gambling enterprises, correct?
So I think probably a slight clarification here is required.
Sure.
I think generally that statement's correct, but there are, I guess, a few sub-branches to Stake's operations, and part of that operations sits within the EasyGo group.
Okay. And EasyGo also has a business known as EasyGo Games, is that right?
I wouldn't call that a business,
Okay.
but I think one of the entities might be called that, yes.
And in terms of your role as General Counsel of the EasyGo Group, how long have you been in that role for?
Coming to 3.5 years.
Okay. And what are your educational qualifications?
So I have a degree in commerce and I have a degree in law as well.
Okay, excellent. Now, I just want to discuss with you some aspects of the Kick service. It's correct that Kick is perhaps a rare example of an Australian social media enterprise, is that right?
I think so, I would agree with that.
And it's headquartered in Melbourne, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And most of its approximately 51 employees and contractors work from EasyGo's offices, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, but with I guess with a slight clarification. I think 51 staff members are directly employed by Kick Streaming Pty Ltd, but within the broader EasyGo group, there are numerous other staff members that work to assist the Kick product, but also to assist other products.
Okay. And in terms of the service offering from Kick, it's an online live video streaming service, is that right?
Yes, so it's an online live streaming platform, that's correct.
And it provides users with the ability to both live stream video content and chat in relation to the video content, is that right?
I think if it's okay, I might give a quick introduction on that, if it might be helpful on how Kick operates. So it is a live streaming platform, and primarily the type of streams that we have on the platform are things like just chatting or in real life content where people are streaming themselves, going about their regular lives. I think that takes up the majority of what happens on the platform. As you said, it is live streaming, and the chat function itself is only in relation to each specific stream. So if we are streaming this, for example, the chat will only be specific to this stream, and at the end of the day, at a maximum of 30 days after a stream has gone live, it is taken down, and along with that, the chat functions and all the chat that goes with that as well.
Okay, and is it a service that's similar in nature to the Twitch service provided by Amazon?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of things that people stream on Kick, that would include things like playing computer games. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's I would say that's a fairly significant category of streams that we have on the platform.
And also playing slots and casino games. Is that right?
That is true. Correct.
And is there a reasonable proportion of adult content as well on the service?
Do you mind clarifying by adult content?
I don't mean pornographic content. I
Sure.
just mean content that depicts people in various states of undress.
I would say so. Yes. If you mean, for example, like women in bikinis, then yes.
Yes, exactly. And so, in terms of the way that the chat interacts with the stream, can I just ask you some questions about that?
Sure.
On the desktop application, if I were to open up a desktop window, I would see a large screen that had the stream, and then to the right, I would see a chat window. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as the chat progresses through the chat window, the comments move from the bottom to the top and then off the page. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
But a user can scroll through the comments to access earlier comments in the chat. Is that right?
Yes, you can. Yes.
Okay. And in terms of other surfaces, in the iOS and Android apps, the chat window might be in a different location, but the concept is still the same in terms of live stream and chat.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, in terms of user access, are users required to have an account with Kick in order to stream on the service?
Yes, that's correct.
And they're also required to have an account in order to engage in the chat function?
Yes.
But they're not required to have an account just to view the stream, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's correct that content can be saved at the end of the live stream so that it may be rewatched?
So it can be saved by the streamer, so that it essentially becomes a VOD or a video on demand. But what I said earlier in terms of how long it lives on the platform, so the maximum it can live on the platform is for 30 days, but I would say a decent amount of those would end probably 6 or 7 days after they're live streamed. And that's assuming there are no exceptions, for example, the content being moderated, taken down, and so on.
Okay. And it's correct that Kick has something called a partner program, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And could you just describe for me what the partner program involves?
Sure, I will preface it by saying it's probably not my area of expertise, but so to the best of my knowledge, essentially it's a way of incentivizing streamers to come to our platform, stream the videos with us, and depending on the nature of the arrangement, there's usually some kind of financial incentive for them.
So when we speak of the financial incentive, the more views a person generates in broad terms, the more of a financial outcome they get from the platform, is that right?
I must admit I'm not too sure about the mechanics or the commercials of how it works, but I'm sure there must be some kind of formula that works around it.
Okay. And Kick was publicly launched in January 2023, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I believe that's correct, yes.
And since then it's seen a very dramatic increase in its user base, correct?
Yes.
I think you give evidence that from the end of its first year of operations on the 1st of January 2024 to the 15th of June 2026, there was a 356% increase. Is that right?
I would have to, I cannot remember the figures by heart, but I think the general concept of there being an increase, I would agree with that.
Okay. I think if you wanted to refresh your memory, if you looked at paragraph 2.15 of your statement, it might provide some of those details.
Perfect, thank you.
Do you see that?
Yes, thank you.
And just in terms of the number of Australian users, could I direct your attention to the figure that's highlighted for confidentiality in 2.16 subparagraph 1? Is
Yes.
that is that the number of Australian user accounts as at the 10th of June 2026?
I think as I outlined in my statement here, I think that's our best estimate on what Kik believes to be.
Yes, because there are difficulties in estimating based on the use of VPNs, is that?
Correct.
Yeah. And Kik's best estimate in terms of the number of Australian users that access the service each day is the number that's set out at 2.16 subparagraph 2, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And on average, Kik hosts 138,850 streams on the service per day worldwide. Is that right?
I believe so. If you could direct me again to the specific paragraph where...
Paragraph 2.6.
Sure. Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Now, I just want to ask you some questions about the languages of the chats and streams on Kik.
Sure.
Is it right that Spanish is the most popular language?
Yes, so I believe it's Spanish, Arabic, and then English, and I think I said that out in the statement as well.
Yes, and Turkish is also a popular language, is that right?
I know that it is a language that's available, but I'm not sure about the popularity of that, and I can take it on notice and find out. If sure.
I think for present purposes, that's probably fine.
Sure.
Now, I just want to understand a little bit about how Kik deals with anti-Semitism and online hate under its terms of service. Is it right that Kik maintains a document called the Community Guidelines?
Yes, that's correct.
And could you just describe what the Community Guidelines are?
I think, first of all, we have quite a few iterations of the Community Guidelines that have been improved and amended over the years to try and ensure that they are current and capture current societal expectations and contexts as much as possible. But essentially, that is a common set of rules, perhaps, or guidelines, as we call it, that are set out for streamers, I guess that's a publicly accessible document as well, so that there's a common baseline on which everyone operates.
And when a user creates an account with Kik, they're shown Kik's terms of service, is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
And the terms of service incorporate the Community Guidelines by reference, is that correct?
Yes, from my recollection, I believe that's correct.
And the terms of service indicate that by accessing or using the Kik service or by clicking sign up or registering or accessing the service, users agree to be bound by the terms of service, is that right?
Yes.
Now, as between Kik and a user, does Kik regard itself as being bound by the terms of service?
That's sorry. Do you mind explaining that again?
I can put it a slightly different way. Are the terms of service something that only applies to the user from Kik's perspective, or does it apply to Kik and the user?
So my understanding is that it will be a two-way arrangement. Yes.
Okay. Now, could I just go to the current version of Kik's Community Guidelines, which are dated the 19th of March 2026, and I'll ask the operator to bring up KCS.0008.0001.001. Now, do you recognise these as a copy of the current Kik terms of, Community Guidelines?
Yes.
And could I just direct your attention to the paragraph that is headed Evaluating Full Context, which says, the nature of live streaming requires a moderation approach that carefully evaluates the full context when assessing content for potential breaches. We consider factors such as a creator's intent, involvement, reaction, outcome, external influences, and channel history to determine the most appropriate and proportionate action. While context is considered for most themes, Kik maintains a zero tolerance policy for certain high impact violations, including the protection of minors and incitement of terrorism, where context will not mitigate enforcement action. Now, it's correct that in applying the community guidelines, it's very important to have regard to the overall context in which a statement is made. Is that right?
Yes, certainly, and I would say it goes beyond statement, but conduct as well. So everything that happens on a stream, I think context is crucial.
And so, when applying the community guidelines, one wouldn't just consider a comment in isolation. One would consider the stream as a whole and consider the context in which a statement is made. Is that right?
I think that's quite a difficult question to answer, because I think in some instances, as we highlight here as well, the context may not play a significant part. If it's something that's blatantly inappropriate, then context becomes less important. But if it's certain conduct or certain words that are being said, then context becomes more relevant. I hope I'm answering the question, but it's a bit more nuanced than that. Yes.
It's very helpful. So for example, if it was a blatant example of child sexual abuse material, for example, that wouldn't require much contextual evaluation, correct?
Yes.
But if it was an anti-Semitic comment made in the context of a conversation, that might require more contextual evaluation. Is that right?
I think maybe, for example, if it's if you allow me, I might use an example. If we're watching a documentary and a historical documentary, a statement is made in there, then context is crucial, because that's done perhaps for educational purposes. It's content that's existed separately. So in that situation, in that context, I think that's fine and acceptable. But I guess coming back to your point, with a conversation, it's quite tricky as well how we determine whether or not it ends up being considered anti-Semitic and so forth.
Certainly, but compared to a platform like Facebook or X, where much of the content is static, text-based or image-based content, Kik is a video service that involves longer form content. Is that correct?
If by longer form you mean there's a chat to it, then that's correct.
Okay. And also a streaming element.
Yes.
Yes. Now, could I go to the next page of the community guidelines? Sorry, I think it might be under the heading intent. Next page. Sorry, I might go to, if the operator could go to guideline 5, hate speech. Now, it's correct, isn't it, that in applying the guidelines, one considers a creator's intent? Is that correct? And one also considers the outcome and impact of the content?
Yes.
And if I could just direct your attention to the hate speech guideline, there's a statement: our moderation approach is guided by the needs of our global audience and the regulatory standards we uphold. We are a creator-led platform that values responsible freedom of expression. However, we do not permit hate speech against individuals or groups based on race, religion, sexual orientation, gender, disability, or other demographic identifiers. This includes communication that plans, incites, or coordinates violent action or calls for harm against these groups. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, I just want to understand a few things about this aspect of the guidelines. Is it correct that the second sentence there is the sentence of the guidelines that would predominantly regulate anti-Semitic comments on the Kik platform?
Sorry, give me a moment if you don't mind. I would say probably the second and the third, but it's quite tricky to isolate it, because then the next paragraph that starts with context is crucial. That significantly informs how we interpret the first paragraph as well. Yes.
Certainly, but just in terms of the standard that's being applied, is it correct that Kik does not permit hate speech against individuals or groups based on race, religion, sexual orientation, gender, disability, or other demographic identifiers? Is that right?
Yes, so as stated, yeah, that's right.
Now, I just want to understand in this context what Kik means when it refers to hate speech?
Sure, and I think that is a very difficult topic, and I would preface this by saying that KIC is definitely open to working with organizations and government bodies to further improve and tighten or focus its definition that's on the cards. We recognize the difficulty with trying to have a all-encompassing definition here, and if I might digress just a little bit, so you would have seen that this document has gone through a few iterations, and part of the reason why that is the case is we started off being a lot more prescriptive in our definitions, in our categorization, and we found that was not always the most effective, because when you're overly prescriptive, you end up not catching things that you should catch, or you catch things that you do not or should not catch. So I would say this is our best effort or an attempt at trying to encapsulate what hate speech is. But as I said, we are open to further guidance and assistance.
Certainly, but at paragraph 5.9 of your statement, you say, for the purposes of KIC's current policies, hate speech is speech against individuals or groups based on race, religion, sexual orientation, gender, disability, or other demographic identifiers, and includes the things in the last sentence, so that is communication that plans, incites, or coordinates violent action or calls for harm against those groups.
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
So what I'm trying to identify is whether the word hate adds anything in this context, or whether, in order to be caught by the policy, all that's required is that there be speech against individuals or groups based on one of the protected characteristics.
If you don't mind, can you reframe that question, please? Are you asking about how important the word hate is?
I'm just trying to understand what KIC's position is on speech that will come within this guideline. Does that speech need to be hateful in order to come within the guideline?
I think, but probably this is probably my best answer here would be that it is exactly as it is captured here. It's quite difficult in my mind, at least, and I'm not trying to be difficult here. It's quite hard to separate the hate portion from this speech, if that makes sense.
Certainly, I'm just trying to identify whether a comment that is against someone based on, for example, their race or religion would be sufficient to engage the policy, or whether there's a necessary element of hate that needs to be present.
I must admit, I think this is one that I'm struggling a little bit to answer. I think it's I'm not sure if it's because the question is complex or is because of my understanding of your question. If there's if perhaps you could give me an example to reframe that would be helpful.
Well, I might approach it this way.
Sure.
What definition or standard does KIC adopt when determining whether speech directed at those of the Jewish faith constitutes hate speech within the terms of this policy?
Sure. So I think this is so one, obviously, based on the last line that we have here. If it contains communication that is plans or incites, like a call to violence, it definitely will fall in the category of hate speech. But as to the level or the benchmark, it's quite hard for me to state what exactly falls in and what exactly doesn't. I would say it's more of an art rather than a science. It's not really a formula where I can say A plus B definitely equals hate speech, if that makes sense. So it's something that we need to look at in context, and there is that element of a human interpretation and understanding to it, and it's a case by case basis as well. So I apologize for struggling a little bit with this, but I think I almost would need to look at it on a particular situation, a particular stream, in order to tell you, yes, this is more likely to fall into the definition or less likely.
Okay. Now could I just turn to the topic of content moderation? Would you agree with the proposition that content moderation of live streaming services poses different challenges to content moderation of static services?
Yes, definitely. And if it's okay, I might go into this
Of
just
course.
a bit. I think one of the immediate apparent challenges is with live streaming. We're talking about essentially a person taking a video of themselves in real time, uploading it in real time, as compared to someone posting something about themselves that happened 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour ago. So I think that's one of the key distinctions that we have with a live streaming platform and service.
Now, where a live stream is conducted on Kik, it's correct that that live stream is saved by Kik, even if it's not saved by the user. Is that right?
Yes, subject to what I mentioned earlier around the durations that it is saved for, where on average it might be 6 or 7 days, but a maximum of 30 days.
Yes, that's correct. And I think in your earlier statement you'd indicated that it was generally between 7 and 60 days, but that's been corrected in your
Correct.
second statement. Is that right?
Yes.
What is it that determines the length of time for which a record is kept?
So my understanding is that there are a number of factors here, but these are things that I might not be able to advise on specifically, but I'm happy to come back with a written response here.
Okay, so you're not able to shed any light on what those factors might be yourself?
Unfortunately not.
Okay. Now, in addition to the streams that are preserved, are the chats preserved as well?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it's correct that Kik's moderation services are outsourced, is that right?
I would say yes, but there are certain elements and aspects of it that are preserved within the Kik Streaming Pty Ltd organization as well.
Okay, and what are the services that are what are the aspects that are preserved within Kik?
So I would say it's the trust and safety, higher level supervision and strategic guidance and direction. That's something that Kik Streaming will be providing. But in terms of the day-to-day moderation of videos, the human moderation of videos, that's something that is outsourced.
And it's outsourced to a company in Serbia, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that company also services other entities within the EasyGo group, including Stake, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Kik moderates content on a global basis from Serbia?
Yes.
Does Kik employ any dedicated content moderation staff in Australia at the level of reviewing chats and streams?
It's a bit difficult to I'll probably break it up into two parts. So I would say the majority of the day-to-day moderation is done by staff in Serbia, in Mibit. But why I'm drawing a distinction here is because there are staff members in Australia that also engage in the review of the videos, but not in a significant. If you look at it in terms of proportion, I would say that by and large the significant proportion is done by people in Serbia.
Okay, so is it the case that the Serbian content moderators escalate streams and chats to Australia from time to time?
I would say that's the general approach or process, yes.
Okay, and there are approximately 136 employees at the entity in Serbia that are dedicated to reviewing these chats and streams, is that right?
Yes, I believe that's the number I have in my statement, I think.
Yes, I think you could have a look at 3.6 or 6.5 if you wish to.
Thank you.
To satisfy yourself with that.
Yeah, perfect.
And they work on 8-hour shifts, is that right?
That is my understanding, correct.
And one question that I have, they undertake a 2-week training program before they start. Is that correct?
I know they undertake a rigorous training program, but I cannot recall off the top of my head the duration of that.
Okay.
I think it might be in my statement as well.
I
think
yes,
so.
I think it is. It's 6.18.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah. Now I just had a question about the content moderation staff in Serbia. What steps does Kik take to satisfy itself that those staff speak the languages like Spanish and Arabic that are predominantly used on the platform?
So I think here I might speak a little bit from personal experience. I have been to the office where a significant number of the moderators are based, and there are definitely a lot of different language capabilities. As you walk through the office, you would hear at least 6-7 different languages being spoken. So I would say that my understanding is that they try to always hire people that speak that are native speakers of the language to moderate that particular language type.
But does KIC itself have any processes in place to identify the number and proficiency of language speakers within that particular enterprise?
But do you mean whether KIC has a process to verify or to
Yes.
to verify whether or not they speak the language?
Yes.
I do not know that from off the top of my head.
Okay, so is there any reporting from the enterprise over there in Serbia as to the number of individuals who speak particular languages within the business?
I have seen the breakdown of
Okay.
that in the past, but I'm not sure exactly what the process is as to how it's escalated and to whom it's escalated.
Understood. Now, I don't need to go to the documents because I understand there are some confidentiality claims, but are you aware that that KIC has produced to the Commission both an English and Serbian language version of the moderator handbook? Is
Yes,
that
I'm
right?
aware.
And there are 2 iterations that have been produced from July 2024 and December 2025 in English, is that right?
Yes, correct.
But the most recent version from May 2026 has only been produced in Serbian, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Is that because there's no English language version from May 2026?
I must admit I'm not sure if it was just a translation issue and that's why it's a later date or whether it's a adaptation. I'm not sure about the difference as to why there's a May version and a March version.
Okay, but if it's a translation issue, does that suggest that the moderator handbook originates in the Serbian language and then is translated into English?
I do not believe that's the case. That's not my understanding of how it is.
Is it a matter of some concern to you that KIC's not able to produce an English language copy of the current moderator handbook that's being applied by its content moderators in Serbia?
So my understanding is that the two are essentially the same, and it's just a translation of the English version. But that's something that I'll be happy to take on notice and provide more specific feedback on.
Certainly. Now, in addition to the content moderator handbook, content moderators are guided by something called the banned scenarios, durations and reductions handbook. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes.
And that's a document over which KIC maintains confidentiality claims. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
And you give evidence that that's a living document. What do you mean by that?
I think generally when we say the document's a living document, it's one that will be updated and informed over time, and it does not necessarily have to go through the usual, I guess, once a year review and so forth.
Does that mean that the standards that are applied by content moderators are liable to change regularly?
To my knowledge, they are not, but I suppose it could be. I'm not too sure on this point. I think, again, the specific details of how the document is amended and the frequency of amendment is not something that I have specific oversight of.
Okay. Now, I want to take you to a very specific part of that document.
Sure.
I understand that it's the subject of a confidentiality claim, but that it's acceptable for us to show the document in the room, not on the live stream, subject to the understanding that the document is the subject of a confidentiality claim. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Mr. Winnicky, you're content with that?
Yes, I am, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So I might then ask the operator on that basis and on the basis that it's not to be shown on the live stream to bring up document KCS.001.001.0190. And then turn to the page ending in the Bates number 0201. PDF, page 12. Now, is this the section of the document that deals with the banned scenarios for hate speech?
Please give me a moment.
Certainly.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and without getting into too much of the material on the live stream, if you see the first scenario there, it has got a heading in bold. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's a dot point that sets out the kind of thing that might occur on the platform.
Yes, correct.
And then is it right that if that happens, the response that KIC will implement is that there will be, in effect, no consequence?
I cannot speak as to this specific scenario, but what I might provide a little bit more context on, if that's okay, is, and I think I addressed this in the supplementary statement as well. So what is contained in this document deals with the banned scenarios and so forth, and that's one way in which we regulate such content on a platform. But there's actually, in my supplementary statement, I refer to another very effective means of dealing with it, which has to do with demonetization of the streamer. And I would say that a combination of that together with what is contained in this document can be used to regulate and to some extent to mitigate the risk arising from the conduct that's addressed here.
Okay, but just focusing on this part of the document,
sure.
What I want to understand is if a person does the thing in the scenario column on the first row, the consequence that KIC will implement is in effect nothing. Is that right?
I think it appears to be, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then the second row down, you'll see the bold heading there.
Yes.
And you'd agree that that's a pretty serious thing, wouldn't you?
Yes, I believe so.
And then the next column over, there's a response by way of, in effect, a warning. Is that right?
Are you talking about the middle column?
Middle column.
Yes, that's correct.
And so is it the case that if a person does the thing on the left, on the first occasion, all they get is the thing in the middle, or do they get the first offence thing on the right as well?
No, so it would be a combination of, at least my understanding of it is there will be a combination of both the middle column as well as the third column.
Okay. But you'd agree that the first offence item in the third column is a pretty light response to something that's serious as the thing on the left, wouldn't you?
I think there are probably two things I would say here. One, I think it's important to recognize that there are a few different categories within the document that would overlap and deal with certain conduct. So if a person does something that is highlighted in row 2 here of this table, there's a real chance that it will also trigger some other category within the broader document that might have a different outcome or consequence as set out in column 3. And I think the reason for that is, as we've talked about earlier, apologies for digressing a little bit here, but because we're trying very hard to capture context to not be overly prescriptive on one particular type at the risk of missing things out, what we have tried to do, my understanding, is to have different categories to capture a broad range. And it is entirely possible that one conduct could trigger more than one category.
Okay, but let me just ask you some questions about how this document would be applied by a content moderator. It's correct, isn't it, that if a user flags content on, for example, the desktop application on KIC, they tick a box in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen that looks like a traffic sign, and that prompts them to identify the nature of the content that they're complaining about. Is that right?
That is correct, but I would say that that's one of 3 different ways that a user can flag content.
Certainly. The others being an email report and a chat report.
Correct.
But let's assume for the purposes of this exercise that the user has watched a stream, identified that the thing that is happening in the second scenario on that page has occurred, and they click that link. Can you assume that?
Yes.
And then they're shown a drop-down menu that has a series of categories of problematic content. Is that right?
Correct.
And they select hate speech as the category of content that they have a concern about. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, when this complaint comes to the content moderator in Serbia, it's flagged as being a complaint about hate speech. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the content moderator in Serbia turns up this page of the document. Is that right?
I must admit I'm not 100% across the specific process and how they go about doing this, but I do believe that's the purpose of this document.
Okay, but it stands to reason that if a content moderator is faced with a flag of content for hate speech and has some uncertainty about how they're to proceed, they would look at the hate speech component of the ban scenarios document and proceed to apply that part of the document, wouldn't they?
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
And if a person is doing the thing in the second row, they're told to issue a warning and then do only the thing in the right column. Is that right?
I think based on the document, that is correct. But my understanding is that there is also an internal escalation mechanism by which the person, the moderator who's actually involved, if they have some uncertainty or they would like further guidance, they can speak to a manager.
Okay. Now, it's correct also that Kik is assisted by some AI tools in its content moderation, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And in the case of one of the tools, the streamer can elect not to have their chat moderated by AI, is that right?
That is partially correct.
Okay.
So there's a baseline application of the tool that will work independent of the streamer's choice, and that will automatically pick up on certain words, certain phrases, and flag that regardless of the streamer's preference. And I believe I cover that in the statement as well.
Okay, and then the second AI tool, sorry, I should cover off the first of the AI tools.
Sure.
That particular tool that's moderating chat content doesn't moderate the video images on the stream. Is that right?
So I would preface this by saying that I'm not specifically aware of exactly how each part of the tool works, but I think my understanding is there are two components to it. There is the chat moderation aspect, and then there is the image and video moderation aspect to it.
And the image and video moderation aspect operates by taking a screenshot every 3 minutes. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. Correct.
And then analysing the image.
Yes.
Now, a deficiency with that process is that it operates by reference to screenshots every 3 minutes rather than a dynamic picture of the video stream. Isn't that right?
By dynamic video, do you mean like say a 15-second clip or so?
The point I'm trying to make is just it's taking a screenshot every 3 minutes. It's
Sure.
not looking at the image at all times. It's a point in time tool.
Yes, I believe that is correct. But I think it is important to recognize as well that this is a proactive moderating and monitoring that we're doing, which means that regardless of whether something is flagged with us, this tool is perpetually scraping every 3 minutes, capturing a snapshot of a video, and concurrently also actively monitoring the chat, in addition to all the other moderation tools that we have in place that are some proactive, some reactive. So this is I guess a proactive piece that we have that's going.
Okay, but it's capturing images, not audio. That's right.
Yes, that's correct.
And so to the extent that something is said or that something happens between the screenshots, it's not captured by that tool.
I would have to assume so.
Okay. Commissioner, now might be a convenient time. I'm about to move to a different topic.
Yes, indeed. In that case, we'll take the lunch and adjournment now.
Now, Mr. Uy, before lunch, we were discussing the different ways that a user might report content about which they have concerns. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And I think there were 3 broad channels, which were the reporting function, email, or live chat. Is that correct?
Correct.
You give evidence that KIC's processes for responding to reports of hate speech are robust. Is that your evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of the report function reports, they're the reports where a user clicks on a button on the website itself. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they're automatically lodged in a customer management system. Is that correct?
Correct.
But a separate system is used to log the sanction or action that is taken in relation to the report. Is that right?
Yes.
And that system is known as the NOVA system.
Yes.
And when a report function report is made, it enters a queue in the CMS, and a member of the moderation team takes carriage of and then actions the report. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's the content moderation staff member who takes responsibility for the report, who has to then view the stream and determine whether there's been a violation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in some cases, that moderator confers with other members of the moderation team before reaching a decision.
Correct.
Now, you give evidence that the report function reports are typically actioned within 1 to 5 minutes of being made.
Yes.
But it may take up to 15 minutes for complex cases.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you regard that as a short period of time in circumstances where the content moderators are viewing a stream and looking at the comments in context?
I do believe that's quite a short period of time, especially because on average I think it's less than 5 minutes, and sometimes I've been advised that it's closer to 2 minutes.
But does that give rise to concerns that content moderators aren't spending enough time looking at the streams before they're making their decisions?
No, I don't believe so. Also because there are a few ways by which things can get flagged to the moderators as well, and with the assistance of AI, in addition to that, I think there are a few levels of safeguards to the moderation process.
But your guidelines that we discussed earlier require the content moderators to have regard to the context, is that right?
Yes.
And they require them to assess the intent of the creator, is that right?
Among other things, that's correct.
And also the outcome of the particular instance of speech, is that right?
Yes, that's one of the factors I believe that we list.
And when the speech is occurring in a stream that's accompanied by a chat, surely a content moderator needs more than 1 to 5 minutes to assess whether the content is violative.
I think it's again, I speak from my understanding, high-level understanding of this. I think it's a tricky balance here, because we want to take swift action where appropriate, and we're conscious that this is live streaming that we're talking about. It's not something that we have the liberty and opportunity to sit on and wait. So I think having to balance that together with making an effective decision in a short and I guess punctual manner, that's important.
But isn't it the case that live streaming as opposed to static content creates a risk because a platform can't preemptively vet the content before it's live? Is that right?
So yes, you're correct that you generally can't do it because it's real time.
And surely in those circumstances, it's even more important that the platform takes steps to address instances where misconduct is detected.
I agree, and I think on that note, the platform does take a significant amount of measures. I think I touched on this in my statement as well, but the measures range from improving the type of AI tools that we have, doubling the moderation team as of 12 months ago, ensuring that we have a quick turnaround time, taking down content promptly, ensuring that they don't resurface. There's a raft of measures and processes that we've introduced to try and ensure that we meet the standards expected of us. And I'll probably add to that as well that to my knowledge, we Kick has not received any form of report or notice in relation to anti-Semitism from the e-safety commissioner, and to my knowledge as well, I think the measures and processes that we have in place go above and beyond any other social media platforms that we're aware of.
Okay, now I might just ask you some questions about paragraph 3.21 of your statement. So if I could ask the operator to pull up stat.8.999.001.0028 at page underscore 0007. And if I could direct your attention to the bottom of the page, you give some evidence that Kick extracted data on report function reports from the customer management system as far back as 1 January 2024. And then you say it was unable to extract the data for the entire relevant period from CMS because CMS was not introduced until partway through the relevant period. What was occurring prior to the introduction of CMS?
I think two things here. One, I think it's important to remember that Kick as a company is only 3.5 years old. So a lot of the initial period was figuring out and trying to get things up and running. And that accounts for some of these things that perhaps may not have been around at that point in time. As to the specific details of how, whether there was an alternative platform or system that was used, that's something I'll need to take on notice.
So you don't know whether Kick had a process for content moderation prior to the 1st of January 2024, is that correct?
My understanding is that there was, but I'm not sure what sort of system or platform, instead of a CMS, what was in place. But again, happy to find out and revert.
Okay, and then you give some evidence about the data that Kick's been able to extract, including the reason for the report. And then you say that data shows, and there's 3 sub-paragraphs. So in relation to the first sub-paragraph, between 1 January 2024 and 31 December 2024, there were 126,746 total report function reports for doxing, hate speech or symbols or terrorism. And of those, only 847 resulted in actions being taken because the relevant report was substantiated. Do you see that?
Is that sub point 1?
Yes, sub point 1.
Sure.
That's correct. Yes.
Yes.
Now, when you refer to actions there, what are you referring to?
That would be the moderator action, which I think includes a variety of measures, including bans, taking the videos down, and so forth.
Does it include issuing a warning?
I believe so, but I will need to confirm this.
Okay. And then between 1 January 2025 and 31 December 2025, there were 299,431 total report function reports for doxing, hate speech or terrorism. Do you see that?
Yes.
And of those, 3,037 resulted in actions?
Yes.
And then between 1 January 2026 and 27 May 2026, there were 179,914 total report function reports for doxing, hate or terrorism, and of those, 1,774 resulted in actions being taken. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, before we deal with the resolution rates of those complaints, is there any reason why the words or symbols drop off between subparagraphs 1 and 2 in terms of the search terms that were applied?
I'm not aware of any such reason.
So were you personally involved in conducting the searches in relation to these figures?
No, I was not. My team members supported in this, and I was advised of these figures and so forth.
Okay, but you'd agree that subcategory 2 captures a smaller range of content than subcategory 1, is that right?
I think based on what is in writing here, that appears to be the case, but I'm not sure if in practice there was any difference. That's something that I will need to take on notice.
Okay, and then focusing on subparagraph 3, do you see there that the words hate speech have dropped off as between subparagraphs 2 and 3?
Yes.
And again, you'd agree that subparagraph 3, the search terms are capturing a narrower range of content than the 2 paragraphs above them, is that correct?
Again, I see what you're referring to based on what's written here, but I'm not sure if in practice there was a difference in terms of how broad or narrow it actually captures.
Okay, and you would agree, wouldn't you, that...
I'm going to give myself 3 days in the cells for that.
I thought it was me, Commissioner, so I'm pleased it wasn't. So you'd agree that the search terms involved in these 3 subparagraphs don't involve a like-for-like comparison in terms of the subject matter caught by the report totals. Is that correct?
I would say I think on the surface it would appear that way, but again, I'm not sure if in practice the actual searches that were conducted were any different. Again, that's something I'll need to take on notice.
Okay, and I might just ask you some questions about the figures in those subparagraphs as well. So if we take the numbers at face value, you'd agree that the numbers of actions that are being taken relative to the number of reports is quite small. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you might just have to trust my maths for a moment, but for the first period, it's about a 0.67% action rate. For the second, it's 1.014%. And for the third, it's about 0.98%. If you accept that's the case, are they numbers that you would regard as expected numbers in terms of an action rate for violative content?
Yes, and I think the primary reason for this is the significant numbers that you see at the start of each of the subpoints, whether it's 126,000 or 299,000. A significant proportion of those are often what we would consider false alarms or false reports, or sometimes reports that have been put in for a variety of reasons which have nothing to do and don't actually flag the actual conduct. So that accounts, and I've been informed that accounts for a significant proportion of that, and that's why out of that significant number, a much smaller proportion of those are ones that you might consider as potentially valid, and out of that, after further review, an even smaller proportion, as you would expect, would then be ones that we take action on. So it's almost like a funnel, which you would expect in most instances.
Okay. Now, the Commission's received evidence from Dr. Andre Oberle last week about the rates of removal of anti-Semitic content on other social media services. And I might just indicate to you that on his evidence, TikTok removed 62% of the content reported, Facebook 54%, and YouTube 41%. Is there any reason you can think of as to why Kik's action rates are substantially smaller than those other platforms?
By action rates, do you mean, for example, why the figures here are small relative to the total number of reports? Or
yes, the reason why the proportion of reports that resulted in actions being taken is much smaller.
I think, as I mentioned, it's because we're starting at a very huge amount, which are not necessarily what you would expect are even legitimate reports, because it's entirely possible for someone who's watching a stream to just go on. If they see someone they do not like, they can click on it and immediately generates a report. And that accounts for a majority of that. So we're starting off at a high level where a significant volume of that aren't even legitimate reports that you and I would consider potentially even concerning. And out of that, again, a much smaller subset of that might be potentially concerning ones. And out of that, again, after further filtering and analysis, would be an even smaller proportion that warrant some form of action. So I think because of the way it's set up and the ability for any viewer to flag such a report, and obviously we want it to be as easily and readily available for the users, but that comes at a cost of having a significant number of false alarms as well.
But is there any reason particular to Kik or its user base as to why there would be such a high rate on your evidence of false alarm reports?
I think that's a difficult one for me to comment on. I can only speak as to the evidence of what we've seen and observed on our platform, which is a significant number of those are false alarms, and that's why it gets funneled down.
Is it possible that one explanation for the low action rates is that the policies aren't being enforced rigorously?
I suppose to answer your question, anything is possible, but in my view, I think that's very unlikely. Again, because of the serious stance that Kick as a platform takes towards moderation. As I mentioned earlier, we not only have reactive measures, we've gone over and above to have proactive measures. You would have noticed in the statement, there are about 138 or 130 over 1,000 streams a day. Every single one of those are somehow moderated through the use of AI and to some extent as well human moderation. So we do take our obligations seriously. I would think it's very unlikely that that's the conclusion I would draw from this.
Okay. I might now just ask you some questions about the email reports and live chat reports, which is a separate channel for reporting.
Sure.
You give evidence that the use of the live chat function is limited to certain streamers. Are you able to elaborate on the streamers that are able to use the live chat function to report potentially violative content?
So my understanding of that is that you need to have an account in order to be able to, I guess, partake in the chat activities, and as a result of that, to report on that as well.
And is it correct that when a support email report is made, it's assigned to the content moderation team in a similar way to the report function reports?
I think to the same team, but I'm not. I will need to take on notice how exactly the internal process is by which it gets to the moderators. But yes, I would say it's to the same team. Perhaps might be a different process because it's via email as compared to clicking on the platform.
Okay. Now, you give some evidence about the email support reports and live chat reports that were submitted in 2023, 2024, 25 and the first part of 2026 at paragraphs 3.26 and 3.27 of your statement. If I could ask you to turn to those paragraphs.
Sure.
And I appreciate that some of this evidence has been updated as a result of the statement that you provided last night, but I might just ask some questions about 3.26 before I go to the supplementary statement.
Sure.
There's some evidence there that since receiving the notice, Kick has performed some keyword searches of the support email reports received during the relevant period, and this involved running searches to identify the number of support email reports received and then there's two subparagraphs. Do you see
yes.
those subparagraphs? So the first category is support email reports that include any part of the keywords anti-Semit, Jewish hate, Jew hate, hate Jewish, hate Jews. And then the second subparagraph is include the keywords hate speech or hate speech, and also include one or more of the following keywords: Jew, Israel, Zion, Zio, Semit, Semitic. Do you see that?
Yes.
And just so that I understand, a record would respond to the first search term if it included any part of those words. Is that right?
Yes.
But in relation to the second subparagraph, the relevant record would need to contain both hate speech or hate speech as one component and one of the other words in order to respond to the relevant search term. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Are you aware of any searches being performed that just searched for the words Jew, Israel, Zion, Semit or Semitic?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did you personally conduct the searches in the paragraph?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, just focusing on the rates that are evident in paragraph 3.27, I appreciate that you've given some evidence that qualifies this, but I'll come to that in a moment.
Sure.
It's correct, isn't it, that looking through those rates, there was a at least at the point that this statement was prepared, a fairly significant spike in anti-Semitism related reports in 2025. Do you see that?
I see that, but I would like to qualify and explain a little bit of what's going on here. So first of all,
Certainly.
First of all, I think, as you can see from my supplementary statement, the figures themselves have changed quite significantly to whatever was in my primary statement. Secondly, I think the term used here, where it says, for example, in my original statement, where it says anti-Semitism reports, again, it's not the best way to describe it, because essentially what we're saying there are just reports that triggered the keywords or hit some of the keywords referred to in the earlier paragraph. So it's not necessarily true, and we found that after the fact, bearing in mind that all these searches were done not in real time, but in response to this Royal Commission. And so after the fact, we've jumped in, we've tried to identify certain words that could work, but we recognize that it's difficult to identify all the relevant words that could come into play here. And even within this, once we went through, and a big part of the reason why we went from the changes in the primary statement to the supplementary statement is we realized that where, for example, in 2025, you see in the original statement, it registers there being 783. But if you look at the supplementary statement, that number drops significantly. And that's because we revisited the way we did all the searches after we completed the primary statement. And we realized that a significant number of, again, false alarms, emails were captured by the search terms that had nothing to do with anything that could be considered remotely anti-Semitic. So just to give a bit of context as to why there was a change in the numbers and the manner in which we had to go about doing the searches.
Okay, and in terms of the changes, so for 2023, the number moved from 65 to 37, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And for 2024, it moved from 64 to 29, is that correct?
Yes.
And for 2025, it moved from 783 to 88, is that correct?
Yes.
And then for the 6 months to May 2026, it moved from 95 to 67, is that right?
Yes.
Now, a few questions. The first is, did you obtain any insight into what sorts of emails were inappropriately excluded from the first set of numbers in the course of reperforming these calculations and searches?
Do you mean inappropriately included in the first search or excluded?
Sorry, I might have framed that the wrong way. What I'm trying to get to the bottom of is
Sure.
whether you conducted any qualitative analysis to understand what sorts of emails were included in the first set of numbers, but have been excluded in the second set of numbers.
Yes, so I think we give an example of that in the news statement under sub-point 2. For example, we received, or rather the support@kick.com email received a significant amount of spam emails from Christians United for Israel. But again, these had nothing to do with, I guess, the topic or the purpose of this search. It was completely irrelevant. And I would assume that a similar trend would have happened in the searches that we conducted for the other years as well, which is why it resulted in a more accurate but lower number in the supplementary statement as compared to the primary original statement.
Now, in terms of these updated numbers, they still relied on the first set of search terms, is that correct?
Yes.
But there was just a manual review of the documents. That's the difference between the numbers?
A secondary review. So I think in both situations there was some level of review, but we were hoping to try and improve our diligence with this process, and so we revisited all the numbers to make sure that everything was reviewed correctly, and that's when we uncovered some of the spam that had made its way into the numbers.
But to be clear, there was a manual review for the first set of numbers?
Yes, I believe so.
Someone
Yes.
did eyeball the emails
Yes.
before those numbers. Okay. Now, I just want to take you to one document that's in the same category as the document earlier in terms of being a confidential document, not to be shown on the live stream, can be shown in the room,
Sure.
subject to a non-publication direction. Could I ask the operator to call up KCS.0001.00001.0150 which is, I think, the Moderator Handbook for July 2024. And if I could ask the operator to go to page 0177 and to focus on the component of that page under Guideline 4, hate speech. Now, again, I don't want to read out any of this content for the live stream, but is the statement there in the first sentence a correct statement of KIC's policy with respect to hate speech?
So you're talking about the first paragraph?
The first sentence under the heading hate speech.
So I think, so that would be a correct representation for the handbook at that point in time.
Okay, and then in relation to the second sentence, is that a accurate representation of KIC's enforcement approach with respect to the hate speech policy?
Again, I think context here is important, bearing in mind that this handbook only forms one part of the entire training and reference material for any moderator. So I would say that this statement forms part of a broader informed decision or information that we provide, yes.
Okay, but we looked at the banned scenarios document before.
Sure.
What I want to suggest to you is that the second sentence is consistent with what also appears in the banned scenarios document with respect to responses to racial slurs.
I would disagree again because, as I mentioned when we were discussing the earlier topic, that there were a number of different measures or levers that were also implemented and put into place to ensure that a strong approach is taken to hate speech or for that matter, any content that should be moderated. And this includes changing the categorization and capturing, for example, any particular conduct in more than one category of action that should be moderated. So I think this should be taken in a broader context and not just seen in isolation, if that makes sense.
Okay. What I want to suggest to you is that with respect to hate speech, KIC maintains a broadly framed policy but enforces it in a light touch manner.
I would have to disagree with that. Again, for the reasons that I've mentioned, and again, there are multiple measures that show that it's contrary to what you're suggesting, because we have at our disposal a number of different measures, including removal of content promptly, including demonetization to disincentivize conduct. And what we're looking at here is just one particular way a conduct can be addressed. And the important thing here to understand as well is because we've gone through this and made multiple changes year on year, I think it's probably like 2 to 4 changes a year to the community guidelines. And some of these changes, obviously it's difficult to try and ensure that we stay relevant, but ensure that we capture what we should capture. For example, in the earlier rendition of the community guidelines, we didn't capture anything to do with deepfakes and so on. But that was introduced in the later years because we realized that was a real problem in society. And I think this was addressed earlier in one of the earlier days sessions. And we introduced this because we considered this was something important and required taking strong action on. And that goes, I hope you see that this is one of the measures and ways that suggest that we take this whole topic seriously and we try our best to ensure that we capture and respond sufficiently strongly on each of these issues.
I just want to return to your statement for a moment at stat.899.001.0028, if I could.
Is that my primary statement?
Your primary statement,
Sure.
yes, that's correct. And if the operator could go to page 0011. Now, at paragraph 4.4, you give evidence that given the average number of streams on the service at any one time compared against the number of reports identified in paragraph 4.3 above during the relevant period, the risk of any single Australian end user encountering anti-Semitic conduct appears to be very low. Do you see that?
Yes.
And picking up the reference to paragraph 4.3, if we could zoom out to encompass that paragraph. The 4.3 refers to the data KIC has extracted and which is discussed above in paragraph 3.21. Above indicates that during the relevant period there were 5,658 instances where streams were found after being reported through the report function reports to violate the content policy in respect of doxing, hate speech or symbols or terrorism. Do you recall our discussion before about the changes in the search terms between those three paragraphs in paragraph 3.21?
If you can give me a second, sorry.
Sorry, yes, please turn to paragraph 3.21.
Yes, I do recall, yes.
You'll recall that we discussed how the words or symbols had dropped out between subparagraph 1 and subparagraph 2, and then how hate speech had dropped out for subparagraph 3. Do you recall that?
Yes. And I do recall saying that that's how it appears in the document, but I'm not sure whether it actually makes any difference in practice in terms of the searches that were done.
Okay, but if it did make a difference, you'd agree that the evidence at paragraphs 4.3 and 4.4 would need to be revisited. Is that correct?
If you could just give me a moment. Just so I understand, are you saying they need to be revisited because
they might be under-inclusive in terms of the number of reports?
I understand what you're saying. Again, we were happy to do additional searches and provide additional information if required.
Okay. Now, are you aware of media reports that were made in Fairfax papers in October 2024 that took issue with KIC's ability to prevent extreme content, including racist and anti-Semitic content?
I must admit, I perhaps might have read it at that point in time, but I cannot recall what it might be about.
I'm referring in particular to reports that there was a streamer who invited guests on KIC who engaged in Holocaust denial and performed Hitler salutes.
Are you able to be a bit more specific, if you don't mind?
Certainly.
Just because we have a lot of media articles on a company as a whole. So.
Okay, I can take you to the article if that would assist. It's at KCS.599.0001.006. Does this refresh your memory in terms of whether you're aware of these reports of anti-Semitic material on KIC?
I believe I would have read it, but I would need to revisit the article to recollect.
I can perhaps arrange for you to be given a hard copy if that would assist. You could.
Thank you.
Having looked at the article, do you have a recollection of concerns about anti-Semitism being raised in relation to the content on KIC's platform in October 2024?
I must admit I cannot recall what, if any, discussions might have taken place.
Okay. Now, we've heard evidence that a number of the large social media platforms regularly engage. We can take that down. Thank you, operator. We've heard evidence that a number of other platforms regularly engage with organisations and individuals in Australia representing communities affected by anti-Semitic or other hateful conduct. Are you aware of that evidence being given to the Commission?
Broadly, yes.
And in your statement, you give evidence that you're not aware of any engagement by KIC with such organisations and individuals. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're also not aware of any engagement between KIC and trusted flaggers who are focused on anti-Semitism, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
KIC has only one trusted flagger which is focused on illegal content, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. But I might add, as I have on an earlier occasion, that again, this is an area that is obviously rapidly evolving, and I would speak on behalf of the organisation to say that we are open to work with organisations and government bodies to collaborate and improve measures here if necessary.
So is this an area where you would accept that KIC could improve its approach going forward?
I believe so. I believe I think there's always room for improvement, and given that we haven't received, and obviously with the evidence that have been provided throughout this Royal Commission, I think that's something that we are definitely open as an organisation to engage in more discussions and collaboration on.
And would KIC also be open to exploring opportunities to enhance its content moderation processes with a view to detecting more harmful content?
I'm just being a bit cautious here. My immediate reaction would be yes, and I do believe that would reflect the general attitude and approach of the organisation, which is we are always eager and keen to see how we can collaborate and better improve. So definitely open to this kind of discussion.
Commissioner, I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Yes. Mr. Bender.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of your statement before you, Mr. Uy?
The original statement?
Yes.
Yes.
And I should indicate to you that I appear for 7 Jewish community bodies. Can you take up paragraph 3.17, please? In that paragraph, you've extracted from the KIC community guidelines the guideline that relates to hate speech. Just direct your attention to the part of the guideline that says we do not permit hate speech against individuals or groups based on race, religion, sexual orientation, gender, disability, or other demographic identifiers. This includes communications that plans, incites, or coordinates violent action or calls for harms against these groups. Do you see that?
Yes, that's in the first paragraph, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
So there's nothing in that paragraph that indicates what hate speech means, except that it means incitement to violence. Would you agree?
I think I would disagree. I think it's broader than that. The last statement, which is what I think you're referring to, talks about plans, incites or coordinates violent action or calls for harm against these groups.
That's quite right, Mr. Uy. So the direct guidance given in this part of the guideline as to what constitutes hate speech goes no further than indicating hate speech includes communications that plan, incite or coordinate violent action or calls for harm. Is that right?
In this particular section of the guidelines, yes, that's correct.
You've acknowledged, I think, in your evidence earlier that it's quite difficult to know what hate speech is, and it's very context dependent, isn't it?
Yes, that is correct. I think it's something that it's constantly evolving, and that's what we try to, again, with the way that we have been updating and amending our community guidelines multiple times per year over the course of the last few years. It shows that it's unfortunately, it's not a definition or a term or concept that we can just get it right once and stick to that for the rest of our operations. I think it's something that needs to constantly evolve.
Without further explanation of what you consider to be hate speech at KIC, aren't streamers and users of the platform liable to be confused about what KIC considers to be hate speech in breach of its guidelines?
Just so I understand your question, you're asking whether streamers will be confused as to what constitutes hate speech, is that correct?
Yes, on the basis of this definition.
I can't speak as to the level of confusion of streamers themselves. I think a lot more informs their understanding and definition of hate speech, obviously based on their own circumstances. But I think what we can do and attempt to do here is we try to have a rather broad, encompassing definition. Again, alluding to what I mentioned earlier, we have tried a more prescriptive approach on multiple fronts and realized very quickly that when you're overly prescriptive, you end up catching things you shouldn't catch or not catching things, more importantly, that you should catch. And that's why, again, as I said earlier, it's more of an art rather than a science. We are attempting to try and have a broader term here rather than a very specific one that results in things not being caught.
How could it be the case that by being more prescriptive, you would catch less hate speech?
If it's okay with you, I might use an example that's not specific to hate speech, and I need to be very careful how I talk about this. But for example, if we talk about certain sexual behavior that is not permitted to take place on stream, and we go into detail and we're prescriptive about it, that you cannot engage in activity ABC on stream, otherwise it's something that warrants being penalized. What ends up happening there is the same conduct can happen, but it's not directly, it might be under the table, it might be just outside of the frame. But if we are overly prescriptive with the way we capture that, then going by the book, we would not capture those conduct, because what you see is not what would be caught. But you and I both know when we watch the stream, obviously something's happening under the table, just outside of the frame. So that's an example of how if we're overly prescriptive, you might end up missing things, where if you zoom out and you take the broader context, you and I would watch it and would know that's not right, that shouldn't be on the platform. But if we were to go like A, B, C by definition, we would struggle with that. I hope that makes a bit of sense.
I'm not suggesting that you try to list every instance of hate speech
Sure.
and say that as long as you don't fall into one of these categories, everything you do is okay. I'm saying, wouldn't it be clearer if in your definition of hate speech you indicated an example other than a communication that plans, incites or coordinates violent action or calls for harm against groups?
Sure, and again, I think coming back to what I said earlier, we're definitely open to working with different organizations, such as those that you represent, to have a tighter or a better definition to this. We recognize the difficulty, the immense difficulty in having a robust definition, and you would have seen we are struggling. I wouldn't say we're struggling, we're going through multiple iterations, but bottom line here is we are open to work with different organizations to tighten this, if that helps.
Well, to take up some questions that Councillor Existing asked you, you're asked about the disparity between the number of reports that were received under the report function reports and the amount of action taken by KIC in response to them. To give you, and I'll just take you to 3.21 of your statement if you have that. Can you see in subparagraph 3 of paragraph 3.21 you indicate that between the 1st of January and the 27th May this year, there were 179,914 total report function reports for doxing, hate or terrorism, of which 1,774 resulted in action being taken. Can you see that?
Yes.
So that's fewer than 1 in 100 reports resulting in action being taken this year.
Correct.
Could that be at least partly caused by a failure by KIC to properly explain what it considers to be hate speech in its community guidelines?
Again, I do not believe that's the case, because as I mentioned earlier, a significant number of these reports, and this is further supported by other parts of my statement as well, but I strongly believe and have been informed that a lot of these reports are what we'll call like false alarms here, and so it is quite expected that it only takes up a small proportion. You know, also because it goes to show that as a platform we take this very seriously, we have a strong stance, but that doesn't stop a viewer randomly putting in a report for any particular reason, just because they don't like looking at someone on the screen, then they find a particular streamer as unpopular or they don't like that person's opinions, they could very easily flag that as a report, and that accounts for a lot of these false alarms that we talk about.
So you haven't in your witness statement attempted to take out of the total report number the ones that you consider or KIC considers to be false reports, have you?
I believe we try to do that in the other section dealing with the email reports, which is 3.26 of my statement. So 3.26 and 3.27, this was where we talked about earlier. Having gone through the information and data again, we've tried to have a better analytical process through this. But I think coming back to your question, perhaps with 1, 2, and 3 of 3.21, I can take that on notice and we can revisit and identify and try to have a more specific data set that perhaps might be useful to you.
We don't know until one takes out what KIC considers to be false reports, how many legitimate reports of doxing, hate or terrorism KIC's action this year, do we?
Yep, I see your point, and I think that's something that, again, if it's necessary, we're happy to provide a more specific data set there.
Can I please take you back to paragraph 3.17, which sets out the community guideline in respect of hate speech? Do you have that?
Yes.
To illustrate this by way of example, if the subject matter of a live stream was that Jews are evil rats and subhumans, would that, in your view, contravene the hate speech community guideline as stated?
I think I believe so, but I think that's a difficult one for me to answer because I'm not specifically well acquainted with the details of the moderation guidelines and then the BSDR as well, but I believe so.
So you believe, according to your personal definition of hate speech, it is, but you're not sure whether that would be the KIC moderation policy team in Serbia's view?
Only because I'm aware, again, of the contents of the moderation handbook and the BSDR at a high level, but I rely on teams reporting in to me to ensure that there's proper clarification, explanation. So I would hesitate to say that my view here, based on my high level understanding of all of these documents, would necessarily reflect what would happen in reality.
So is the short answer, you're not sure whether that would be a violation of the hate speech as far as KIC's concerned?
So I believe so, but I cannot state conclusively, again, because for the reasons that I mentioned earlier.
Can I call up a document that Counsel Assisting took you to, and it's one of the ones over which a claim for confidentiality has been made, so I'd ask that it not appear on the live stream. The number is KCS.0001.0001.0190. And for your benefit, Mr. Uhi, this is, I think, called the band duration policy. Yeah, you can see the first page.
Sure.
And please move forward to page 0201, operator. Counsel Assisting asked you some questions about this table, you'll remember.
Yes.
Now, with my example in mind, and that is a live stream, the topic of which is Jews are evil rats and subhumans. If a streamer was talking about that for some length, would that fall into the first scenario in the top of the table?
I think, as I mentioned earlier, without going into detail and doing a deep dive of this, I think it will fall into multiple categories, just because the way the categorizations are done, they tend to capture conduct. To rephrase that, a single conduct would be likely to fall into multiple categories that could result in different band lengths and so on.
But certainly on this page, it wouldn't fall into the categories on the second or third row of the table, would it?
I agree, it wouldn't fall into the second or third categories. but I think if we look on just in the page after, I think it might fall into some of the categories after.
Okay, would the operator go to the next page, please? Can you identify which category you're referring to? It might be the third last from the bottom, is that right?
Just reading this on the fly, I think the first, I think the third last would be, but I'm not sure if it will trigger some other categories as well. Bearing in mind, like I said earlier, it might even trigger categories outside of these 2 pages. Okay. But I'm happy to do a deep dive if you need. Yep.
Now, gave some evidence earlier about the nature of a live streaming platform, being that content creators produce content and then it's streamed live to its audience real time.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
Now that, as I think you acknowledged, poses particular challenges for a moderation team because they have to moderate in real time. Do you agree?
Yes.
In your statement, you refer to reports being actioned, and for your benefit, that's at paragraph 3.21 of your statement. Which I took you to a bit earlier. Am I right in thinking that the enforcement actions that are available to KIC include warnings which can occur in the chat itself or by email to the streamer? Is that right?
Yes.
And then there are other kinds of action that are post-stream, which is actions such as muting a particular commenter or restricting or suspending a streamer or banning a streamer. Is that correct?
It would include those, but I wouldn't say, so there are actions, for example, we could take down the stream in real time as well. So if the moderators identify there's inappropriate conduct at that point in time, the stream itself can be taken down once there has been discovered, and we talked about the response times earlier and so forth.
What's the threshold for determining when a stream gets taken down?
I'm afraid, I think that's not something that I would be able to comment on off the fly. I think there are multiple, to my understanding, there are a few standards here that apply, and I think it's something that we'll need to revisit the documents in order for me to give a robust answer.
Are you aware of any live stream being terminated by KIC mid-broadcast in Australia?
So of live streams that have been terminated mid-broadcast?
In Australia.
Just so I understand, do you mean, like, for example, if the streamer is streaming from Australia?
Yes.
Or given the number of the hundreds of thousands of streams a day, I would have to assume the answer is yes, but again, off the top of my head, I would not be able to answer that question.
Now, unless a stream is terminated in the middle of the broadcast, obviously enough, everything that occurs on the stream has made its way onto people's screens and been seen by the users, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
So the only enforcement that could protect the live audience itself is the termination of the stream, correct?
And yes, and that's quite a powerful tool that is quite often used based on my understanding.
But all of the other options available that occur after the stream has finished don't solve the problem of the stream being broadcast with violating content unless the stream is terminated. Do you agree?
I think to answer your question, there are two parts to this. One is dealing with the immediate stream and the availability of that content in real time, which I think the best solution there is to terminate it in real time, right? But I guess there's also the broader category of what we do in relation to the streamer, in relation to the conduct, and so forth, which hopefully solves the broader systemic issue that we may have with a streamer or we may have with certain content. But in real time, I would say that taking it down is the best thing that we can do, because that stops it from being available essentially in real time. So that may be the only measure that we have, but I think that in real time, but I think that's probably the most effective and I'm not aware of any other social media platforms having other tools at their disposal which are more effective than this.
But you can't now think of any time that's occurred in respect of a person streaming from Australia, can you?
Again, that speaks to more of my role operating at a more strategic level, and so I would have to hazard a guess based on pure statistics that the answer is yes, but it's not something that I would have personal knowledge of.
Thank you, Mr. Hui. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bender.
No re-examination.
Anything arising? Thank you, Mr. Urui. You are excused.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Ms. Tal-Or, Cohen Montemayor. She's appearing via live stream, or not live stream, by video link,
Yes.
but is not yet on the line. So if I could ask the Commission to adjourn briefly
Yes.
to facilitate.
All right, I'll adjourn briefly and you might let me know when the link is established.
Certainly.
Yes, Mr. Bashara.
Commissioner, the next witness is Tal-Or Cohen Montemayor, and I call her.
Yes. Madam, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
Yes.
An oath or an affirmation?
An oath, sorry.
That's fine.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do. I do.
Ms. Cohen Montemayor, thank you for joining us today. You've provided a report to the Commission dated...
I'm sorry.
Of course.
Did you say that again?
You provided a report to the Commission dated the 16th of June 2026, is that correct?
Correct.
Commissioner, that report bears the document ID EWR.599.0001.0144, and I tender it.
Yes. Yes, very well. That will be marked as an exhibit.
I also tender the bundle of documents at exhibit ranges EX3581 and EX3615.
Yes, the documents will be separately marked as indicated.
Ms. Cohen Montemayor, could you describe at a high level who Cyberwell are and what they do?
Sure. Cyberwell is a fully independent nonprofit. We work directly with major social media platforms to escalate reports of online anti-Semitism and work with their trust and safety teams to better enforce their policies and improve their policies against online anti-Semitism. We launched in 2022 by launching the first ever open database of online anti-Semitism. That means that all of our human verified posts, comments, content of anti-Semitism online are available to the public at app.cyberwell.org. Today, we hold a trusted partner status with all major social media platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and we also share real-time alerts with X.
Thank you. And you are the CEO and the founder of Cyberwell?
Yes, I'm the founder and CEO of Cyberwell.
You mentioned a moment ago that Cyberwell holds trusted flagger or trusted partner status with a number of social media platforms. Could you just explain what trusted flagger or trusted partner status signifies?
Sure. I would like to distinguish between a trusted flagger, which is an official legal status in the EU, and a trusted partner. A trusted partner is voluntarily onboarded or selected.
For a moment, I'm sorry. We're having some difficulties with the audio quality. If you'd just bear with us for a moment.
Sure, of course, of course.
I can't hear anything you say. Well, as best I can judge, we'll press on and see if the matter can be fixed as we go, okay?
Okay.
You can repeat the question, Mr. Bashara.
Yes, of course. You were just giving us an explanation of what both trusted flagger status and trusted partner status signify, and I think you were about to tell us that there's a slight difference between the two.
Thanks. I just want to distinguish for the purpose of the Commission that the trusted flagger status is an official EU status that's been rolled out as part of the Digital Services Act that actually has legally approved trusted flaggers in the European Union specifically. A trusted partner is a nonprofit organization or group of activists that are onboarded voluntarily by the social media platforms. After pre-selection, they go through some form of training, typically, that the community guidelines or the policies are explained to that same group. And then what they gain essentially is access to directly escalate reports of content that is offensive or violative to those major social media platforms. I would say I'll take a step back. The Trusted Partner Program exists for all major social media platforms with the exception of X. Musk, Twitter's leadership at the time, shut down the Trusted Partner Program that existed at X, then known as Twitter, when the company was acquired in 2022. All other platforms that I mentioned have a trusted partner program. That program is global. It has tens of different organizations on there. I would say what separates Cyberwell from other organizations fighting anti-Semitism is this is exclusively what we do, meaning we don't involve ourselves in community stewardship or advocacy. We are literally exclusively focused on online anti-Semitism in digital spaces and ensuring that those emerging narratives are reaching the trust and safety teams at the social media platforms.
Yes, thank you for that explanation. And Cyberwell, to be clear, is a trusted partner for those platforms that you mentioned, as distinct from a trusted flagger.
Yes, Cyberwell is a trusted partner of Facebook, Instagram. We're largely under Meta, TikTok, and YouTube. We also reach out out of our own initiative and share certain insights with X as well.
And you mentioned that Cyberwell prides itself on its independence. In terms of its sources of funding, could you briefly describe what they are?
Sure. Cyberwell is a fully independent nonprofit, which means that we don't get any government funding whatsoever. This is important to us in order to maintain both no bias politically whatsoever in the data that we're sharing, but also to make sure that the social media platforms are comfortable reviewing our data. That means that we're fully funded by philanthropic funds from across the world, from the United States to Canada to Europe, etc. So fully philanthropically funded.
Thank you. And on the subject of geography, I think you mentioned in your report that Cyberwell has recently established an Australian desk. Could you just briefly explain the circumstances leading up to the establishment of the Australian desk and its current operations?
Sure. The initiative to establish the Australian desk was prior to Bondi in early 2025 that we just saw the increase of attacks against the Jewish community, including the Adas Israel bombing or firebombing, and we knew that there would be a need for this type of desk. This desk was established eventually in the fall or late summer, August of 2025, together with the Door Foundation of Australia. So we're making sure not only that the social media platforms are seeing our insights into online anti-Semitism, but also sharing that directly with the Door Foundation so that that can inform their larger work against anti-Semitism in Australia.
And so turning then to your report, the Commission engaged Cyberwell to provide an expert report relevant to this hearing block on online issues. Can you describe in general terms the scope of the questions that the Commission briefed you?
Sure. The general scope of the questions that the Commission briefed us was not only to talk about the different types of online anti-Semitism that we are seeing affecting Australians, and that's Australians, not only the Jewish community, but the Australian digital space and also the digital discourse, but also the platform responses to those same reports. What level of cooperation do we see? What level of response do we see? And what do we see are the major issues or gaps in effective enforcement of the existing policies, and also in terms of emerging anti-Semitic narratives that are not covered by the digital policies right now.
And we'll drill into each of those issues one by one, but can you begin by giving us a high-level summary of what Cyberwell's main conclusions were?
Sure. There are several main conclusions. I'll go from the narratives that we're seeing to the risks that we're seeing and the issues that we're seeing in general in terms of online response. So firstly, we break down the high-level narratives of what are the forms of anti-Semitism that we have tracked as being most prevalent that are affecting the Australian space. That includes the classic anti-Semitic narrative that Jews have undue power, that Jews have taken over certain institutions in the Australian government, that the laws and even this very Royal Commission that's involved in inquiring on what happened and what led up to Bondi are Jewish infiltration or Zionist-occupied Australian laws and Australian institutions. The good news about that form of anti-Semitism is that it's technically supposed to be covered by all major social media platforms as prohibited hate speech under their policies. So we can talk about the efficacy of that in a second. The second form of very prevalent online anti-Semitism is Holocaust denial, distortion, and mockery, specifically mockery of Holocaust victims. The third being something called conspiratorial self-victimization, which is a new emergent form of anti-Semitism that literally blames the Jewish community, wherever they are, for orchestrating attacks against their own community for gain. This is a new form of anti-Semitism that is not covered in any social media platform's policy, with the exception of TikTok, that we have been advocating and sharing data about with our social media partners since October 7th. I will talk a little bit more about conspiratorial self-victimization later. And the other one, which I would say is the most worrying, is of course calls to violence, justifying violence, and calling for additional violence. This is a form of anti-Semitism that we have seen reach double digits in our own data and our own monitoring following the October 7th attacks. And similarly, after the Bondi Beach terror attack, we saw a wave and influx of justifying and calling for more violence against the Jewish community.
Thank you for that.
So that's in terms of the narratives.
Yes. Thank you for that potted summary. And so beginning then, if I could, with what you describe in your report as the dynamics of online anti-Semitism discourse. You identify two, one being enduring anti-Semitic tropes and the other being event-driven narratives. Can you just walk us through each of those?
So enduring anti-Semitic tropes are not tied to a specific event, occurrence, or violent incidents. They are more in line with the classic anti-Semitism, or what the IHRA working definition, which I should mention is our core methodology. We rely on the IHRA working definition to categorize forms of anti-Semitism, would categorize as classic anti-Semitism, consistent with the second example. Those are enduring anti-Semitic tropes about, again, Jewish power, undue Jewish influence, manipulation of institutions, greediness, tropes that are connected to being immoral. We would say another enduring anti-Semitic trope that the report flagged for the commission is religious anti-Semitism. That includes the accusation of deicide or killing Jesus Christ, but also goes into Jews being of the devil and the Talmud and their religious texts being satanic in nature. These are enduring anti-Semitic tropes that are not event-specific. Event-driven anti-Semitism breaks down into two primary categories. One, as I mentioned, is conspiratorial self-victimization, which is a specific form of denialism meant to delegitimize the Jewish community and also delegitimize their state of being victims by saying that any type of attack that befalls them is for gain. The second form of very popular event-driven anti-Semitism that has become increasingly popular in recent years is scapegoating the Jews for things that go wrong, even things that have nothing to do with their community. We see this time and again. It's related to everything from the Los Angeles wildfires to the Patagonia wildfires to the flash floods in Texas. This is consistent with the third category of the IHRA working definition, which blames things, scapegoating, blaming Jewish communities for things that go wrong. And unfortunately, this form of anti-Semitism is not categorized at all as a prohibited form of content under any social media policy.
And staying with the second dynamic, the event-driven anti-Semitism, you mentioned in your report that it tends to emerge or intensify in response to major political and security developments. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. Major security in the Australian elections, for example, we saw anti-Semitism that was connected to the elections, but also things that are related to obviously what's going on in the Middle East and the various rounds of war that Israel has been.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but we are having some further difficulties.
Okay. It's okay?
Well, I'm being told, and don't take ill of this, It's your network, is what I'm being told.
Okay, let's see if I can fix that. Hold on a second.
Thank
Let me
you.
see if I can fix that. Is this at all better?
That sounds much better, so I won't fine you for the earlier problems.
Okay.
I think you were just in the process of telling us about the second dynamic and the particular phenomenon of the emergence or intensification of anti-Semitic abuse in response to political and security developments.
Sure. So I'll restate. Event-driven anti-Semitism that can intensify around political or security developments obviously relates directly to, for a clear example, the October 7th attacks and the intensification of the online anti-Semitism that we saw as a result of that, but also the recent rounds of war with Iran, for example, in 2025 and 2026. However, I do want to highlight that this can also take place in connection with domestic politics. For example, we did a deep dive analysis on the rise of anti-Semitism online due to the Australian elections, but we see similar issues that can also be much more localized. For example, the rise of anti-Semitism following the Trump assassination and the accusation, or the attempted Trump assassination, I should say, and the accusation that Jews were behind it. So we do see it play out on a large scale when we're looking at major security events, certainly connected to the Middle East, but it is not isolated to that. Event-driven anti-Semitism can absolutely have a very localized context, whether that's a flash incident like an attempted assassination of Donald Trump, or that's connected to a big lead up for a country like the Australian elections.
Thank you. If I could move then to the other topic that you were asked to opine on, the responsiveness of the platforms in response to these manifestations of anti-Semitism. You mentioned in your report that Cyberwell's own monitoring and reporting to the content platforms has brought to light significant differences or variations in how they respond not only to user reports but also reports from trusted planners. Can you, my apologies, trusted partners. Could you elaborate on what you've observed in that regard?
Sure, absolutely. So first of all, it's important for me to say that we've tracked, especially as we have been working directly with the social media platforms, and some of the platforms even highlighted Cyberwell's work in their own statements to the Commission, that we have tracked that the average rate of removal for Cyberwell escalated content is sitting at just above 50%, with X being the only social media platform that reduced its response level in 2025 on average because it started using something called limited visibility. We can talk about what that means in more depth, but basically they are defaulting to limiting the visibility of content rather than removing hate speech. However, it's important for me to say Cyberwell is a small nonprofit that is reporting in content to multi-billion-dollar, multi-corporate organizations. And what we have seen with other research that does what's called sprint research, which means that they will open accounts, and rather than use a trusted partner status to escalate the content to them, we've seen that the average rate of removal can span from anywhere from 21% to the ADL's recent report that showed that in dangerous organizations and individuals or extremist groups, the rate of removal for user reporting alone was below 9%. All of that information is to say we have tracked increased response from our work with the platforms, but we don't want the Commission to think that that number necessarily indicates that the average reporter will have the same experience, and specifically the average Jewish user online will have the same experience. And you'll note that in all of the statements from the platforms to the Commission, there is no clear data from them on when anti-Semitism is reported, what happens. But now I'll explain a little bit from what we see on the Cyberwell side. So as we mentioned, the average rate of removal from our tracking and our monitoring is sitting at about 52%, with TikTok being the social media platform that performs the best. The unevenness and the differences in terms of the way that the social media platforms respond connect to also specific narratives like conspiratorial self-victimization, and if that's considered violating of the policy, yes or no. Most of them default to having it highly context dependent. And the second that a platform will tell you something is highly context dependent, that means that it's up to them. Cyberwell, as part of our escalation process, has to engage in multiple appeals in order to get the right outcome on a lot of data. So we see the unevenness in response that's connected to specific forms of anti-Semitism, like conspiratorial self-victimization, but even with icons that are related to pro-terror content, like the upside-down red triangle that has been since October 7th incorporated as a Hamas official logo. That's a different, each platform approaches that icon very differently. Meta will say that it is violating its content, but not necessarily engage in proactive content, versus X that looks at the upside down red triangle being used in profiles and say that doesn't violate our content, right? So there's different approaches to all of these coded languages and specific narratives of anti-Semitism. The other thing is in the Trusted Partner program itself. There are certain social media platforms that have, I would say, a more clear and proactive feedback loop. And there are other social media platforms that, despite the escalation of Cyberwell, we have to actively pursue conversations with them. And even then, we are very rarely updated about how our reports have an impact.
Could I just take you back to something you mentioned a moment ago about the differential rate of removal and actioning of content between when a user reports content versus when Cyberwell or another trusted partner or trusted flagger reports content? Does that mean, if I understand your evidence correctly, that for the average user who is the victim, if I can put it that way, of abuse and who reports the content to the platform, the likelihood of that content being taken down is, all else being equal, less than if an organization such as yours made a report to the platform?
Absolutely. And that's why I think that the work with the trusted partners needs to really center on how their insights are escalated and imbued into enforcement mechanisms on kind of a wider scale. But it's important for me that the commission understand that the people who are exposed mostly to anti-Semitism, which is not just Jews online, it's the whole of society. In a different country, in the American Jewish Committee, they put out a survey showing that of the 45% of non-Jewish Americans, 75% of them reported experiencing online anti-Semitism. So when we're talking about the issue or the risk around digital anti-Semitism, we're talking about the risk of exposure and reinforcing desensitization and a climate of hostility. And yes, exactly as you said, it is important for me to caveat that we are very proud of the work that we do with the social media platforms, the trust and the relationships that we have there, and the high escalation win rates that we have. But it is important for me to caveat to this commission that is not indicative of what a victim of online anti-Semitism or someone who is exposed to online anti-Semitism would experience by using the platform. It is lower. There's a lower rate of removal.
Thank you. Just to put some numbers on this, I might call up a document on the screen, and hopefully the network issues will permit me to do that, but I'll give it a try. If the operator could call up exw.599.0001.0025. Do you recognize this document? This is your organization's work product. I might allow you to briefly describe what it is.
Yes, absolutely. So this is an annual report that's focusing on the major narratives that Cyberwell tracked and also our reporting rates with the social media platforms. We call it the State of Online Anti-Semitism 2025. It's our most recent summary research of our work of 2025.
Thank you. If the operator could go to the page ending 0004 and then magnify the graph that appears on that page. Can you just talk us through these comparative removal rates? So I think you rattled off some of these numbers earlier, but now that we have them in front of us, there might be some benefit in you stepping us through them again.
Sure. So as I mentioned, at the end of the year, we will summarize the average rate of removal for the major social media platforms that we work with and send content into. In 2025, the best performing platform, as you can see here, is TikTok. And the only platform that I would say reduced its rate of removal from 2024 to 2025 was X. We think that there's an explanation for that. That explanation being that they are defaulting something called limited visibility, which essentially will limit the visibility of a post, definitely a post that is hateful conduct and not calls to violence. Calls to violence, they have a tendency to remove. Hateful conduct, they have a tendency to just limit the visibility. Limitation of visibility is considered a softer intervention than removal of content that violates hate speech or community standard policies. That idea also is centered around the fact that most social media platforms have some type of internal strike system. So when a user actually puts out hate content and they have that content removed, it will count as a strike against their account. So the limitation of visibility is a softer intervention. That means that the content is staying up there, but is now limited in its reach or in its audience. The issue that I would like to point out with this graph, even though it summarizes the rate of removal for the platforms, and as I mentioned, we're very happy to see that progress over time. However, there's also the issue of time. How quickly does it take a social media platform to actually remove this content? And similar issue with limited visibility. Even if we would philosophically concur or like the idea, just like if a tree falls in a forest and no one's there to hear it, doesn't make a sound. If someone tweets out something on X and they have no followers, or their tweet is put in a tweet jail and doesn't reach an audience, does it actually make an impact? The issue is that what we've seen when we're escalating content specifically to X is that the issue of timeliness is a real problem. Sometimes some of the posts that we even submitted to this commission have reached 300,000 or more views. In one specific example of a post that had limited visibility applied to it after the fact, it had reached 4.1 million views, accusing Arsen Ostrovsky of being a paid actor in the Bondi Beach terror attack. So when you're talking about protecting any minority community online, the issue of timeliness is an issue, especially for the Jewish community that's currently experiencing a wave of real violent anti-Semitism and climate of hostility.
Thank you. And in terms of the average time that a post stays online before action is taken, are you aware of any practice among any of the social media companies whereby if content is going viral, very quickly accumulating views, they triage that, if it is reported, for a higher degree of attention in moderation, or does that not occur?
We don't have visibility into the triage mechanisms of the social media platforms. I can only tell you that from Cyberwell's understanding and perspective as a trusted partner, our reports are escalated directly to human content reviewers, meaning we go beyond the layer of AI that most users will have to report into. Second of all, I can tell you that this maybe goes into engagement algorithms, so I don't want to confuse the commission. But what we have seen is that AI generated content typically is performing very well and indicates that it's going directly into what we call engagement algorithms. So we need to differentiate between two issues here. One is the time that it takes social media platforms to remove content, remove violative content. And the other one is the engagement algorithm. What is the feed or algorithm that's serving people hateful content actively? So I don't have information about how platforms triage. I only know that Cyberwell's reports are sent directly into human content moderators when we send it in. And I can also highlight for the commission that the social media platforms, with all of the metrics that they did share with you, did not share with you what the average response time was to remove content.
Thank you. If we could call up another graph on the next page, 0005. I just wanted to call attention to this one because it does provide a comparative perspective on how the removal rates changed from 2024 to 2025. You've told us a little bit about X and that precipitous decline already, which I think you said was possibly related to the greater use of visibility filtering.
Correct.
Could you speak to, in particular, YouTube's removal rates? And I note that in your report you said that there are distinct challenges associated with that platform. So perhaps if you could elaborate on those to give some context to these figures.
Sure. So I'll take a step back and say that any visual content, meaning videos and photos, and AI-generated content are more difficult to effectively enforce for content moderation because they are more context dependent. The unique challenges that are related to YouTube and the increase that we see here is that Cyberwell was onboarded as a trusted partner in September of 2025 to YouTube's Trusted Flagger program. And as a result of that, we saw an increase in their rates of removal. However, we have seen gaps and pushback and issues on the proliferation of anti-Semitic imagery within these videos. To give you an example, the happy merchant icon, which is a grotesque stereotypical image of a Jew that includes a beard and a very large nose, kind of a wily look, and rubbing his hands is greedy. It's one of the most prolific anti-Semitic images online, is something that YouTube will not remove unless there's context that it's specifically meant to be against Jews. So what we'll see, for example, is users abusing the YouTube platform by inserting anti-Semitic imagery or anti-Semitic context without being explicit in their language. The other thing is that long form video is one of the most difficult type of video to monitor and analyze.
Thank you. That graph can come down now. I wanted then to discuss the issue of policy gaps and enforcement deficiencies that you touch on in your report. One observation you make is that enforcement tends to be better when the platforms are dealing with clearly defined categories of anti-Semitic content, such as Holocaust denial, direct dehumanization, or explicit calls for violence. Can you explain why enforcement tends to be better when it comes to those specifically delineated categories, and what is the type of content that they're missing when the enforcement focus is on those explicit categories?
Right. So to just back up and just say this very explicitly, a law that is specific is easier to enforce. A rule that is specific is easier to enforce. These major social media platforms employ tens of thousands of human content moderators that are typically living in countries. They have no context about what anti-Semitism is. They're not in interaction with the Jewish community, and they have to be trained on all of the policy areas of the platforms. What I mean to say by that is it's very clear that there is a lack of expertise of anti-Semitism in these human content moderator teams. However, when a community standard is explicit, we see higher rates of removal. Let's take Holocaust denial and distortion, or denial specifically, as a really clear example. Holocaust denial is one of the most explicit forms of prohibited anti-Semitic content within digital policies. All major social media platforms explicitly say the word Holocaust denial is prohibited. As a result of that, the human content moderator is empowered, more empowered, to make a decision about that specific content because it's spelled out black and white, Holocaust denial, prohibited content. They feel more empowered at scale to make that call. And it's important for the commission to understand that the decisions that the human content moderators make as human beings are actually fed directly back into the systems. That means that prior to AIGC, they were developing something called classifiers, which would literally learn from large data sets of content that was removed by human content moderators, for example, Holocaust denial. As a result, Holocaust denial is one of the better enforced forms of online anti-Semitism. It's difficult to find. It's typically not being put into engagement algorithms. The audience is very small. But here's an example that's recently come into the online world that's not explicit. When anti-Semites and people abusing the social media platforms are using the terminology of 6 million pizzas, 6 million muffins, or 6 million cookies, and they're literally using this content to basically say, is it possible to make 6 million cookies in ovens in 5 years? And they use this in AI-generated content that's meant to target children. They use a stand-in for the word Jews, in this case, food, pizzas, muffins, and cookies. And that is an example of content that the social media platforms and their content moderators do not readily understand is Holocaust denial or justification of the Holocaust in this case. So that really shows you the difference. When something is explicit, like calls for violence or Holocaust denial, and it's written in black and white in a community standard, primarily there's less discussion amongst the content moderators. Does this have to be removed, yes or no? The systems are effective, and in fact, you can create very clear data sets that then feed back into automated enforcement systems that the platforms also say openly today. They want to replace human content moderators with AIGC moderation, right? So if they want to do that, they also have to address the primary gap, which is nuanced forms of anti-Semitism, coded language, the example that I gave, 6 million cookies, 6 million pizzas, coded language like saying things like 271K, which is a number that was popularized by Holocaust deniers online to say that it's not actually 6 million Jews that were killed, it was more like 271. And then there are the other facets of that, which are the coded language or symbolism that's used to promote terror organizations as well, like the upside down red triangle. So to answer your question directly, there's explicit policies. When there are explicit policies like Holocaust denial and explicit calls to violence that are prohibited content, the content moderator is literally more empowered to make that decision with less discussion and quickly. And on the back end of the systems, the platforms are making more clear data sets to help them enforce against that type of narrative at scale. Where do the platforms get into a problem? And they said this themselves in their statements to the commission. Nuanced forms of anti-Semitism, coded language, and emergent forms of anti-Semitism, meaning not typically discussed in the academia, like conspiratorial self-victimization.
Thank you. Since you gave that specific example, I do want to call up one of the pages of your report that speaks to it. It's the page 0026. If the operator could please call that up. And so this is, I think, a post from TikTok. The explanation on the bottom of the page relates to a different post. Could you give a bit of context as to this? I believe Cyberwell was involved in reporting this content to TikTok and having it removed.
Yes, this is an example of the coded language that's meant to deny the Holocaust by using food as a stand-in to speak about the number 6 million. So here there's a specific cartoon saying it's impossible to bake 6 million muffins. Have you made the 6 million muffins that I asked for? This is also, we want to highlight the medium which is being used here, which is a cartoon. This is My Little Pony. We know that this is an Australian example on TikTok and is meant to target children. And when we say target children, we mean to expose them to the idea that it's impossible to make 6 million fill in the blank in an oven, and therefore you're priming them to also see the Holocaust and the story of the Holocaust through the lens of denial. This example was specifically used because we have high confidence that it came from an Australian user, which is why we submitted it to the commission. It's important for me to say that this specific stand-in of 6 million muffins or pizzas or cookies is something that we see promoted across the social media platforms in specific mediums meant to target children. Also cartoons, also Pixar-styled trailers that are made with AI-generated content. So that's an example of exactly what we were talking about.
Thank you. The operator can take that down now. But before I move on from this topic, it would be remiss of me not to mention that the Commission has heard some evidence that Meta failed to remove Holocaust denial content from its platform, notwithstanding that it did have explicit policies at the time prohibiting denial of the Holocaust. And its own oversight board was critical of that policy lapse. Now, is it Cyberwell's experience that on occasions platforms fail to remove even anti-Semitic content that does involve Holocaust denial, explicit calls for violence, and those clearer categories?
Yes, occasionally that happens. And we were also involved in submitting in that specific oversight board case an expert opinion on how to improve the systems to more effectively flag and understand Holocaust denial. And I think that that's something that's very important for me to just state for the Commission. I think that every social media platform will tell you that the policies aren't necessarily the issue. There are gaps in the policies. There's new forms of anti-Semitism. But the primary challenge that these social media platforms face is the issue of enforcement. It's the issue of enforcement, and enforcement in the way that language changes, in the way that codes or algo speak are abused in order to evade content moderation. It involves enrichment, it involves practice, and it also involves very careful watch on the content moderators. So yes, it happens occasionally that Meta and other social media platforms fail to remove explicit content. I don't think that it's the norm. And in terms of the prevalence issue of what is most prevalent form of anti-Semitism, I think our biggest issue is in the comments section, which is a specific part of the product, and also the way that coded anti-Semitism or emergent anti-Semitism is performing very well in the engagement algorithm, meaning it's being served to wide audiences with a lot of hesitance by the social media platforms to remove that content.
On that specific issue, has Cyberwell observed that content is less likely to come down after a report if it has gained a large number of views and does seem to be attracting engagement?
I would say that that's platform dependent most of the time, but I don't think it's connected to the amount of views. So for example, the 4.1 million example of Arsen Ostrovsky on X, I think that that's a matter of policy that they default to limited visibility. I will tell you that there are accounts that have large followings, and those, the more likely an account is to have a large following, I think the more hesitant a platform is to penalize it. But I would say that that's very anecdotal from what we've seen because it's not a primary form of our methodology. Our methodology focuses on escalating violative content to the social media platforms and alerting them to emergent trends, not necessarily shutting down accounts.
Thank you. You mentioned a moment ago that the different surfaces of the platforms tend to be weaker or stronger vectors for anti-Semitic content, if I can put it that way.
Absolutely.
What is the most problematic surface? Does it tend to be the primary post, or is the issue more one related to the comments on those posts and other surfaces?
So if we look at, first of all, if we look at comments and we look at the issue of enforcement and effective enforcement, the comment section remains to be the wild, wild west of content moderation in social media platforms. It is not an area that has been invested heavily in at all in terms of content moderation. I think that it's also in terms of the policies, but it's also in terms of the enforcement mechanisms, the automated enforcement mechanisms that are simply lacking in the comment section. And I would also venture to say in the direct message, meaning when people are directly messaged and harassed. So why is this an important section to highlight? Okay, two reasons. One is in terms of the Jewish experience of safety online, most openly Jewish and visible voices online are more likely to be harassed in the comments section of the social media platform than anywhere else. We speak a lot to openly Jewish influencers online, including one couple that was a couple that was a Holocaust survivor, meaning the Holocaust survivor and his partner, who had millions of followers on TikTok, and literally just because of the level of hate and harassment in the comment section, eventually had to shut down their TikTok. They just said it was psychologically unbearable. This is the experience for many openly Jewish users, whether they're influencers or not. The comment section is rife with anti-Semitism that's directly targeting them. The other issue that we highlighted in the report for the commission is during the instance of violent attacks against the Jewish community, the comment section on media accounts, and I would highlight specifically on Al Jazeera's accounts, is rife with not only anti-Semitism, but open calls to violence and celebration of violence. We highlighted for the commission that since we have a global perspective, we can see that the legislation for media outlets in Australia is effective, meaning that they do actively do comment moderation on their accounts. But for international media outlets like Al Jazeera, who I would say are probably the number one place that has openly violent comments against the Jewish community in the wake of a violent attack, we see that that moderation isn't happening, not on the part of the platforms and not on the part of the media outlet, exposing Australian citizens as well to that open celebration of violence in the comment section.
Thank you. In the time remaining, could I ask you to address the role of generative AI in the increase in anti-Semitism that you're seeing online? And your report addresses that and identifies it as an escalating threat. If you could perhaps just explain why that's so.
Sure. So I would also call the Commission's attention to the fact that we have an entire report that we submitted as an ancillary that literally goes into our recent analysis of how anti-Semitism is being proliferated through AI-generated content. AI-generative content is created by models or LLMs that are meant to produce content, meant to produce visual content that looks very real, or is meant to target audiences like children through these Pixar-styled animation. The number one thing that we can see with AI-generated content is that it increases the level of ease and access at which somebody who's looking to spread anti-Semitism and abuse social media as a place to do that is able to create very good content. On the social media side of things, and I want to just highlight here, what is the type of anti-Semitism that we're seeing in AI-generated content? In our data set, we looked at roughly 300 examples that we human verified. AI-generated content of anti-Semitism is twice as likely to include justifications of violence or calls to violence, specifically in the framing of the Holocaust, but not only. So that's something that's very important to highlight. In our data set of 2025, the rates of calls to violence were sitting at about 15%, meaning verified content that was calls to violence. In AI-generated content, that number went up to 33%, meaning it's more than twice as likely to include calls for violence. The second thing is the things that we've discussed here today, Holocaust, mockery, denial, and distortion, also reinforcing classic anti-Semitic tropes like Jews being greedy, but very much in a humoristic kind of framing. So for example, a Jew with a big nose over a lot of coins, right? That's an example of reinforcing a classic anti-Semitic narrative that is going to be generated by AI-generated content very easily and will not be picked up by content moderation mechanisms. So this is the final point on AIGC. The most worrying thing that we found in our research on AI-generated content that's anti-Semitic is that from what we can see, the content moderation systems that exist on social media platforms today are completely ill-equipped and are not managing to not only respond to this content, but also to make sure that it's staying out of the engagement algorithm. In this verified data set, which is a sample of only 300 examples, over 30 million views of this content, over 30 million views of this AIGC, AI-generated content that was open anti-Semitism. Interesting for us to also note that 65% of those views came from Instagram. What does that mean to us? That means that it's very likely that this content made its way into recommendation algorithms, meaning that it was going to be viewed by larger audiences. On the upside, we see clear policies from both Meta and TikTok saying that their policies, our community standards, are meant to also be applied to AIGC. We do not see the same response from YouTube, and as a result, or X, and as a result, the rates of removal were lower. So it's a multifaceted issue. It's also the issue of clear policies on AIGC, but it's also the issue of recognizing that the type of anti-Semitism that's being produced with these LLMs is different. It's coded, it's more humoristic, it's meant to evade content moderation practices. And it's also this issue of recognizing that there's a very serious risk that this type of content is actually making its way into recommendation algorithms.
Thank you. And if I could just call up a page of your report that illustrates one of these posts. It's 0045. If the operator could bring that up. This is a post on X that Cyberwell reported and was not removed. Could you just briefly explain what we're seeing here and the AI manipulation at work?
Sure. This post on X was monitored by Cyberwell. This is on the left. You have a real photo of the mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani, meeting with the Satmar Haredi community, or the ultra-Orthodox community of the Satmar sect in New York. However, on the right, you have someone prompted Grok, which is the AI or the generative AI tool of X, to create an image of a boy serving a pitcher of blood at the same table. And the post reads, they celebrated shortly after with Goyim blood, implying classic anti-Semitism of the blood libel. This is rooted in Simon of Trent, which is a conspiracy which led to the burning of the Jews of Trent, Italy, I believe back in the 14th century, if I'm not mistaken. In any case, this is not the only image that we saw that was able to be created with Grok, but basically an example of the way that you can use LLMs to reinforce classic anti-Semitic blood libels by having visibly Orthodox people serve blood at a table. And also the abuse of children, which is a major anti-Semitic meme or through line.
Thank you. The operator can take that down. Finally, could I just ask you to reflect on what, in Cyberwell's view, are the most urgent steps or necessary steps that can be taken by both the platforms themselves to address some of the issues we've discussed, but also regulators, including in Australia?
So I think the most urgent step that we can start with in terms of the platforms, and I think that anybody who works in content moderation will tell you this, is while the policies are designed to give a holistic approach to the social media platforms, the fact that there are no focused data sets of anti-Semitism or specific data sets of categories of specific hate significantly hinder their ability to effectively respond to these phenomena. So the first step that if I was sitting at a social media platform I would take is I would start to categorize these different forms of hate speech, how they're affecting different communities, because only then you're going to be able to provide clear data on not only the prevalence, but also how this specific content is being recommended in our systems and what is the effective way of actually enforcing our our policies at scale. The other thing is the platforms also reported to this commission that they're moving very quickly to do what's called LLM enforcement or AI enforcement or content moderation instead of human content moderators. The trusted partners are not involved in that process, meaning the very people who are involved, very experts and organizations who are involved in highlighting for them not only where their systems fail, but when their human content moderators make repeat mistakes, are not involved in training those LLMs. So those are two really easy steps that I would take to solve the enforcement problem. The third one that's urgent, and I think it's very relevant, also for social media platforms, but also for any government, is to recognize this modern form or resurgence of what we call modern denialism, and specifically conspiratorial self-victimization. There is a prevalent online anti-Semitic narrative blaming Jews for the violence that is befalling their community. That is something that needs to be called out explicitly as a form of anti-Semitism and rejected full stop, not only by platforms, but also by governments. The other thing is, I think that any whole of society approach that this commission is now looking at in terms of solutions has to start with transparency as a baseline, meaning no one is interested in compelling speech. That's not the issue. But there isn't clear data about online anti-Semitism or the narratives that are proliferating online. Any whole of society approach that the government takes on has to require transparency and reporting on the issue of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism on each platform in very clear terms, and then also take those same narratives and incorporate them into any type of education solution or public awareness solution that we are looking at. Because otherwise, it's just not going to work.
Thank you. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes.
Thank you. I appear for various Jewish community bodies here in Australia. I had a small number of questions for you, please. Could I ask the operator to bring up EXW.599.0001.0025? This is the State of Online Anti-Semitism report for 2025 that you gave some evidence about. You should have that on your screen, do you?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. And would the operator please go to page 0004? Council Assisting asked you some questions about the removal rates at the top of the page, and there's an asterisk beneath the removal rates to suggest that they may be higher for a typical social media user because Cyberwell reports through your partner channel with Meta, TikTok and YouTube. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And then in the footnotes on the same page, perhaps they could be called out by the operator, please. Thank you. So, for example, footnote 3, it says, when analysing policy violating posts escalated by Cyberwell, Meta's removal rate reached 76.6%, which seems to be an increase from 57.3%. So what explains the difference between the 57.3 and the 76.6?
Sure. So I think one of the other things that's unique about Cyberwell is we are experts in digital policy, meaning we learn every social media platform's policy and community guidelines as best as we can, also through our conversations. So this footnote is actually saying that when we see online anti-Semitism, we report it, whether it violates policy or not. The footnote actually reveals the higher integrity reports, meaning reports that we know for a fact violate policy and in fact were removed. So that 52% average removal rate, or the rates that you see in the graph above, are the average rate of removal of social media platforms for all forms of anti-Semitism that we reported, including policy violating and not policy violating. The footnote shows you that we make that distinction, and that when there is policy violating content, the rates of removal increase.
Thank you. Would the operator please bring up EWR.5999.0001.0? I'm sorry, that's the wrong. Would you please go to your statement, Ms. Montemayor, and in particular page 26, which contains the post, "It's impossible to bake 6 million muffins." Sorry, I think I've done this completely wrong, for which I apologise. I'll start again. Can the operator please bring up EWR.5? Oh, there it is. Do you have that on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, the first point to note about this is because it's a post that doesn't refer expressly in any way to the Holocaust or Jewish people, it's a good example of coded or emergent anti-Semitism, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. That and any iteration thereof, 6 million muffins, 6 million pizzas, 6 million cookies, it's exactly a coded example of anti-Semitism.
In your evidence in response to questions from counsel assisting, you referred to coded anti-Semitism or emergent anti-Semitism performing very well on the recommender algorithms. My first question is, what do you mean, and what's the difference between coded and emergent anti-Semitism?
So coded anti-Semitism would be a coded or algorithmic or symbolic way to speak about anti-Semitism or denial narratives that exist in the anti-Semitic sphere. So 6 million muffins, pizzas, cookies, that's an example of denying the fact that 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. Another iteration of this is saying 217,000, which is kind of a Holocaust deniers adjustment of those rate. Another way of speaking about this that we talked about also in the report is using the term 109, 110 countries. This is a coded language that was actually popularized in Australia. That's where its roots are from. Basically justifying any kind of violence or hostility against Jews because they were kicked out of 109 or 110 countries over history. So obviously something is wrong with them. So this is all an example of coded language. I'm using a symbol, I'm using a stand-in, I'm using a number to express an idea that's actually coming from anti-Semitic belief. Versus emergent anti-Semitic content, and I'm speaking specifically about conspiratorial self-victimization, which is a fancy way of saying blaming the Jews for the attack, the horrors or the violence that befalls them. The reason that we say that this performs well in engagement algorithms is because we've been tracking this form of the narrative since October 7th and the October 7th denial campaign that started thereafter. From what we saw in a verified data set of, again, roughly 300 examples over the course of a couple of weeks, that verified data set reached 25 million views. So very close to the same amount of views that we saw in our AIGC data set. The other thing that challenges the social media platforms, specifically with conspiratorial self-victimization, is that it moves from their hate speech policies into what we call the misinformation and disinformation policy. So misinformation and disinformation is policed or moderated in a completely different way than hate speech per se. The issue with conspiratorial self-victimization is that it is a form of anti-Semitism, even though it's in response to a real-time event. And typically the platforms are responding to it as if it's misinformation, disinformation, and they don't necessarily see the direct harm that's causing the Jewish community. So we see that those types of denial narratives denial of October 7th, denial or blaming the Israeli soccer fans that were beat up in a pogrom in Amsterdam, the denial of the Capitol Jewish Museum attack in the United States, the Boulder attack, and then later on Bondi. All of this content, especially when there's a lot of interest from social media users, performs really well because it's considered information. I'm talking also about the denial content that was circulating about Arsen Ostrovsky, who was a victim of the Bondi attack. So that's an example there. But here's another example. Our report talks about another example of AI-generated content, Boom Boom Tel Aviv, that basically justifies not only targeting Tel Aviv during the Iran war, but saying openly, this is what you Jews get for all of your evil deeds. Despite the fact that Cyberwell alerted all of the social media platforms to this trend when it started back in 2025, we have seen open hesitance from YouTube, for example, to remove this content and block it at scale. Why is this a form of emergent anti-Semitism? Because it's AI generated, because it's connected to a jingle, it's a song. And now, today, when Israelis travel abroad, it's being leveraged as a form of harassment in their face directly, making them feel uncomfortable in real life. So we say emergent anti-Semitism because it's not necessarily covered in what we classically understand as IRA-based anti-Semitism. Okay, for example, conspiratorial self-victimization, but it's also very, very connected to real world events. And as a result, the response rate of the platforms tends to be more hesitant and slow and requires additional context. And it's not an automatic response.
Thank you. Lastly, in the post about it's impossible to bake 6 million muffins, if you still have that on the screen, can you see on the bottom right-hand corner there's a heart sign with, I think it's 3,148 under it? That indicates... That indicates...
Could they zoom in?
Oh, is it possible to zoom? Thank you.
Yes, there you go.
So the 3,148 under the heart means it's been liked by 3,148 TikTok users. That's right, isn't it?
Correct.
And the 62 under the speech bubble means 62 people have commented. That's right?
Correct.
The next one, which is a bookmark tab, indicates that 407 people have saved it to their favourites.
Correct.
So that means the users decided that they want to put in their list of favourite posts this particular post, correct?
Yeah.
And the last one, which is an arrow sign, indicates that it's been shared or forwarded by 1,605 users. Is that right?
Correct.
So that indicates that this post has been the subject of substantial engagement while it's been left on the platform, correct?
I would say substantial engagement, but it was also removed as soon as we escalated it. Just want to say, I believe that appears on the previous page.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bender. Anything arising, Mr. Bashar? Thank you very much for your assistance to the Commission, Ms. Montemayor. You are now excused. And
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry?
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yes, the Commission will now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.